After a rain delay, going back here, 29 laps to go. A lot has changed since then. Ryan Blaney now the leader. Lap number 37 of 200 as people are going around 29 laps to go. We're on lap number 37. After this lengthy delay, I apologize for not starting this sooner. I didn't find out until I got the tweet that drivers are being called to their cars to report by 5:25 p.m. So I got the impression there's going to be reporting until 5:25 p.m. So apparently on lap number this is actually the weather delay. Drivers are being called to their car. We're actually getting the feed of last year's Daytona 500 during this weather delay. So Ryan Blaney was at the lead in stage 1 last year. So we're showing the feed of the weather delay from last year. So as of right now, here are your leaders throughout. William Byron was the leader at the time of the caution. So that was what we last saw. Austin Cindric was right behind. They're getting back into action. Drivers are reporting back to their cars. So showing the Penske boys right around. So I'm showing this to Owen Parkin, who told me that I should message him at the time in which I started this space. So now, as such, I'm getting part 2 up. And I apologize if I'm going to have to rename this space. So they're showing the last year's race, the one in which William Byron won. Ryan Blaney, the leader. See what I would do if I was commentating this. So the outside, this is Joey Logano. Inside, Blaney. I know this is last year, but Logano, he did clear Blaney last year. He was up there with Austin Cindric. The paint schemes are different. So the cars that we're seeing right now are not the ones that we are seeing this year. Of course, paint schemes are different. Logano's paint scheme this year is different to the one that he drove last year. More of a gradient paint scheme this year as opposed to a two-tone paint scheme. So that's how I confuse two cars up. And Michael McDowell was driving a 34 last year. He's driving a 71 this year. So the Penske cars did pit near the tail end of last year. With 25 laps to go. So Fox is showing the replay. Yeah, Owen did message me. Give him a bit when he comes onto the space. So far, to give you the rundown, who is leading right now? William Byron, the leader. Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell, and Todd Gilliland, your top 10 at this time. Hélio Castroneves climbed 20 positions from starting at dead last to being at 21st position. Now, the NASCAR is listing these drivers as the leaders. Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, I have to change up the Twitch title because you should set onto something for so little. So last year they had the Stewart Haas Racing was still intact. And Chase Elliott took the lead for the first time as he got a big push from behind. From the 43 of Eric Jones. But Elliott was left without a draft. And that bit him. This is with Denny Hamlin having FedEx as a sponsor. He's getting a push from Jones. Michael McDowell, outside polesitter last year. But big push up front. Now he's driving to 71. for Spire Motorsports. Completely different team, but it's the same McDowell that won the 500 in 2021. His first career victory, by the way. He did get another win. That was the 2023 Verizon 200 at the Brickyard. Elliott and Jones helping one another out on the pushes on the outside. So, as such, they're showing last year's Daytona 500. So here's the leaderboard. Let's list it by NASCAR. Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Bubba Wallace, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell, Todd Gilliland, Chase Elliott, and the top 10. Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen, Josh Berry, Ryan Blaney, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr., Zane Smith from 11th to 20th. From 21st to 30th, Hélio Castroneves, Justin Haley, Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Corey LaJoie, Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, John Hunter Nemechek, Eric Jones. And to round things out from 31st to 41st, AJ Allmendinger, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Noah Gragson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daniel Suarez, Cody Ware, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson, and Carson Hocevar. Hocevar was way off pace with everyone else in this pack. He was backed up towards the back of this pack. This is the leaderboard that's listed at NASCAR.com, so it may be different from what we're... It's listed here. So William Byron was actually the leader at the time, so that that's what we thought it was supposed to be. Cindric, Ty Dillon, Briscoe were right behind. Followed by Logano, then LaJoie, Chastain, Bubba Wallace, right afterwards, Tyler Reddick, and John Hunter Nemechek to round it out. So NASCAR has the positions mixed up, it seems. We're about 5 minutes away from the drivers getting back onto their cars, with Byron, the defending Daytona 500 champion, trying to defend his title. We have not had a repeat Daytona 500 champion since Denny Hamlin, 2019 and 2020. Also keep a lookout for tomorrow when the United States take on Sweden. Canada and Finland are trying to get to the championship game in the Four Nations face-off. These are the 4 countries involved. And some of these drivers, their first career victory came in the Daytona 500. Michael McDowell, just 4 years ago. Kurt Busch won his first drafting track in the Daytona 500, 2017. That was also the last time in which a Daytona 500 ended under green flag conditions in the normal 200 laps. And also remember about first career wins in the 500, Trevor Bayne in 2011. The youngest driver in NASCAR Cup Series history to win the 500. In his second career start, Starling Marlin, 1994. He won the 500 that year. Derek Cope, 1990. So as to list off some notable instances. So Cope was relatively unknown in 1990. Slipped by and took his first career win in a major upset back in 1990 among first career Daytona 500 winners. Mario Andretti, 1967. That was his only a NASCAR Cup Series victory. So, Fox Sports is showing last year's Daytona 500. Martin Truex Jr. back then driving the number 19. Now he's driving the number 56 for Tricon Garage. So the Penske pack trying to play catch-up at that time as they took their turns pitting. Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch were on top of one another. Penske pack pitting at the same time, so the Penske team all pitted at the same time. Andretti, 1967. Pete Hamilton, 1970. At the Daytona 500, that is. Pete Hamilton, 1970. A.J. Foyt, 1972. Most famous for winning both the Daytona 500 and the Indy 500. But his driving career. You also remember about first career wins. Derek Cope. But also as we look at other drivers who won the Daytona 500. Ernie Irvan won the 1991 Daytona 500. That was his second career win. And however, Marwin 1994 and 1995 is one of those drivers whose first two career victories in the NASCAR Cup Series came in the Daytona 500. He went back-to-back in that. He won at Darlington in 95 in the spring and the Talladega race in the summer. 3 victories that year, and also had 2 victories in the first 5 races, driving the number 40 car for Chip Ganassi Racing. One at Las Vegas and one at Darlington. The year before, in 2001, those victories came at Michigan and Charlotte. Once again, in the number 44 Chip Ganassi Racing. They were previously known as Sabco, Team Sabco, building Chevys. However, the name was changed to Chip Ganassi Racing. Michael Waltrip's first career victory came in the Daytona 500. Yet that is heavily overshadowed because in that same Daytona 500 was known as Black Sunday, as Dale Earnhardt's life was taken so soon on the most unfortunate crash ever. And he was trying to block off Marlin. He and Ken Schrader were also tangling with one another. Well, Mikey also won the Daytona 500 in 2003 in the shortest Daytona 500 ever. 109 laps. It was a rain-shortened event. So Cindric leads after 11 laps. Hélio Castroneves climbed 20 positions in this Daytona 500. This is what Fox is broadcasting is the 2024 edition of the Daytona 500. Well, I've yet to find out how the result of this year's Daytona 500 ends up. Last year was the 66th edition. This year is the 67th edition. And Bubba Wallace, one of 2 winners in the duels, alongside Austin Cindric, the latter under caution. This is the Great American Race. And this is the only motorsports events that I'm going to cover in a while. I'm not sure if I'm going to catch any other NASCAR events. I know I'm visiting family for the next 2 weeks, so I'm not going to cover Atlanta or COTA. The next 2 races after that are Phoenix and Las Vegas. And a lot of talk about how this Cup Series is going to go on about. But this last year's Cup Series brought thriller after thriller after thriller. At the best way that Lee Diffie put it. Some instant classics of races. The Ambetter Hell 400. In a free white photo finish that is widely compared to the photo finish in the first Cars movie. Daniel Suarez beat Ryan Blaney by 3 1,000ths of a second. Kyle Busch by 7 1,000ths of a second. And then another instant classic being Talladega on the last lap pass by Tyler Reddick past Brad Keselowski. And that photo finish to end off the spring Kansas race. Kyle Busch at the final restart climbed 12 positions from 20th to 8th. But that was overshadowed by Kyle Larson beating Chris Buescher by exactly 1,000th of a second. Buescher would get his win at Watkins Glen, another instant classic. A showdown reminiscent to Marcos Ambrose versus Brad Keselowski. Keselowski was on the losing end of that battle in 2012 at Watkins Glen. Buescher beat Shane Van Gisbergen in last year's edition at Watkins Glen. SVG was mentored by Marcos Ambrose himself in the NASCAR Cup Series. And another instant classic being last year's Coke 0400. Harrison Burton pulling off one of the biggest upsets ever in the NASCAR Cup Series. The last lap pass on Kyle Busch. It was the Wood brothers' first victory without leading a single lap. And it was their 100th victory as a racing team. In the very next week, the Southern 500. Chase Briscoe and Kyle Busch in a 17-lap showdown. Win and you're in to get into the playoffs. It was Briscoe delivering, history repeating itself when these two faced off in the Xfinity Series 4 years before that final showdown. So as such, we're also getting the rundown of what is around the sporting world at this time. So the red flag period is set to end momentarily. Among multiple time winners right now, Denny Hamlin's trying to win his fourth. That will tie him with Cale Yarborough for second most Daytona 500 victories of all time. Yarborough won it 1968, 1977, 1983, and 1984. Only Richard Petty has more Daytona 500 victories. 64, 66, 71, 73, 74, 79, and 81. Jimmy Johnson won it twice, 2006 and 2013. However, this is a Jimmy Johnson that's in his twilight years. And it is not believed that he has that same energy that he has before. But anything can happen here at Daytona, and you just never know. Joe Logano won it once before. That was in 2015. Michael McDowell, 2021. Austin Cindric, 2022. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 2023. William Byron last year. Austin Dillon won it in the 2018 edition after he spun out Eric Almirola on the final lap. In one circumstance, you never want to be on the receiving end of such. Now, as such, we're still waiting for the return of the Daytona 500. So it's 12 laps in. I had to separate this stream into two separate parts because of the rain delay. So, getting to the radio remix. Rain probably 15 minutes out. 15 minutes out starting in turn 1. Might get small drop before that, so be on the lookout when you get to the front stretch. The radio, or the team communications, Tyler Reddick. So Josh Berry's team communications, and Ross Chastain. Yeah, the wind is going to pick up here, fellas, so let's get this thing tied down. Get out. Riley Hurt, strap everything down as good as you can on that car cover. So, among the radio communications, as we're getting back here at the Daytona 500. So, we started out on an overcast day, and the rain was only building up between 2 and 3 o'clock. Now, the caution flag has finally come out. The tarps have been removed one by one. Each car is getting back onto the field. William Byron was the leader. And now Austin Cindric is going to be approaching right behind Byron. So now we are back. What's Clint Boyer doing shushing Mike Joy? So they took this time to dry the track with the jet dryers. So yeah, we're coming back under yellow conditions at lap number 12. So now everything has been resolved and everyone is getting back onto the track. Welcome back, everyone. I am Alec Nava. This is the Daytona 500, the 67th edition here So the temperature at the start is 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it's 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Track temperature has cooled down from 90 to 69 degrees Fahrenheit. The cars are getting back. They're all back onto the track, and they're all getting into position. And this noticeable drop in temperature has loomed around. The lights have turned on here so that they can start to light up the night sky. Yellow flag is out, and these kids are getting earphones so as to not get disturbed by the sounds of cars rolling around through the track. So William Byron, our leader, as he is in front of Austin Cindric. So Byron, Cindric, Ty Dillon at the front three. Cindric was the leader at the time per NASCAR. So Christopher Bell trying to make up some ground. As we're getting back onto the green flag conditions. So as we start off this race, it was Chase Briscoe leading for the first few laps of this race, as he took his first career pole with Joe Gibbs Racing in his first race with them. So he led the charge, getting it a heavy push from Bubba Wallace up ahead. However, the inside lane favored William Byron as Briscoe and Wallace jumped to the outside. Byron got that push. There's a battle between him and Ty Dillon at the front for the lead. Then Austin Cindric started to test as the front of the pack as he got a boost to the outside lane for push from Joey Logano. Cindric, Ty Dillon, Briscoe, Logano, Wallace, Busch, Austin Dillon, McDowell, Gilliland, Elliott, the top 10. Everyone's back out here for lap number 12. So the teams are ready. The reporters have jackets on. Of course, they are prepared here for this race. This is starting to cool down. Logano has finished 20th or worse here at Daytona International Speedway 7 times since 2019. So the Penske teammates Logano and Ryan Blaney, they were in an instant classic showdown in the NASCAR Cup Series championship race. Winner taking the championship between these two. Logano prevailing, putting on a defensive masterclass over a hard-charging Blaney, who had the best car on the field at the time. Lap number 13. As they're all rounding this track, we'll see who picks what spot as we get back into action. And William Byron is picking up where he left off last year when he won the Daytona 500 for Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon. He started 5th. He currently leads this pack, being at the front of this field. He is at first. Byron, Cindric, Ty Dillon, Briscoe, Chastain, Logano, Wallace, LaJoie, Reddick, and Nemechek at the time. And under caution, these guys are rounding this track. This Daytona 500 was first run in 1959. So the banking is 31 degrees on the turns. Ford has won 5 of the last 8 Daytona races, and they have led 57% of laps at that time. So now we'll have to see how the order is going to be determined. Byron is the leader. I wonder, he will choose the drivers inside. That's the most popular route here at Daytona International Speedway. There is the possibility that we have caution laps here in Stage 1 near the tail end, where they're going to be crashing and banging all throughout. The caution laps are going to be a factor once everything gets settled down. You have to be prepared in the possibility of a caution, because their drivers were desperate, trying to take their chances, trying to pull out and get a drive up for the outside or on the middle lane. But they want to go down low to get an advantage. William Byron at the front of the field. He's looking forward to winning a second straight Daytona 500 for Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon. Hélio Castroneves. Keep an eye out for him and how he does. 36th position right now. Lap 14 as Logano, the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion, who was up in 6th place. That's where he will restart. Sponsored by Hot Brothers Pizza and Shell Pennzoil. Shell Pennzoil being the primary sponsor. Bubba Wallace carrying the McDonald's sponsor. The roof cam is going around Logano, trying to pick which lane he can go to. His boss, Denny Hamlin, watching onwards. Eric Jones, who fought to won the second duel up until photo evidence showed that the caution came out before they all crossed the line. Jones finished second. He initially beat Austin Cindric by 4/1,000 of a second. AJ Allmendinger sitting 12th. Jones sitting 11th. Kyle Busch sitting 14th. He did not win all of last season. He wants to get his first win of the season of a bank here to win it on his 20th try in the Daytona 500. Christopher Bell sitting 18th, driving number 20 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. Number 20 made famous by Tony Stewart during his time with Joe Gibbs Racing when he was driving a Pontiac and a Chevy. Teammates with Bobby Labonte, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch for 1 year. Hélio Castroneves at 36, trying to win the Daytona 500 to join Mario Andretti and AJ Foyt as the only drivers to win both the Daytona 500 and the Indy 500. Carson Hocevar dead last as he was way off pace from the pack, and that caution saved his bacon, you gotta imagine. Ryan Preece, his first ride in the number 60 car for RFK Racing. At 34 years old, this may likely be his best chance to succeed in his career in Roush equipment. Lap number 15 as they cross the start-finish line. And so, would it be the choose rule right now? So, the Bass Pro Shops Toyota of Chase Briscoe. He is driving right now. This was Martin Truex Jr.'s ride last year. It is Briscoe's ride this year. Much of talk was if Mahindra Tractors was going to join Briscoe. Moving on from Stewart Haas Racing to Joe Gibbs Racing. The pace car lights are still on. Alex Bowman and his crew watching onwards from pit road. Bowman started this race. Bowman started this race at 38th. The 48 car is synonymous with Jimmy Johnson. Bowman drove the 88 car before that. The 88 renamed the 48. The 88 will not be reused until now when it was picked up by Trackhouse Racing for Shane Van Gisbergen. With the blessing of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The 88 also synonymous with Dale Jarrett with Robert Yates Racing. An Iowa Speedway, a truck. Here, that's the jet driver who's cleaning out pit road so as to blow away any wet marks on the road. It is overcast still. You want to wonder how this race is going to go. Ty Dillon sitting third. Brother of Austin Dillon. Ty is 32. He and Austin are both from Welcome, North Carolina. Ty, 32 years old. Austin, 34 years old. 2 years separate these two drivers. Austin driving for Richard Childress Racing. Ty driving for Colleague Racing. Bowman's 31, native of Tucson, Arizona. So I hope everyone has had the chance to get something, possibly dinner, beforehand. So Kevin Harvick messaged Quint Boyer on Twitter about mid-race preparation. I don't know if there's some meditation, but there's not a lot of opportunities that these two former teammates get to. But they have some fun with one another. Teammates at RCR, Harvick at the 29, and Boyer at the 33. They were reunited at Stewart Haas when Harvick was at the 4 and Boyer at the 14. So Bubba is right behind Logano. So the next time we'll have to see where these drivers line up on this field. 65 laps on each of the first two stages. 70 laps on the final stage. So they're still blowing off the wet surfaces on pit road as everyone's getting checked up. We're 30 minutes into part 2 of this stream. Cole Custer, the driver to 41 for a Haas factory team, is renamed from Stewart Haas Racing. The Haas factory team was Gene Haas owning the NASCAR team, Haas factory team, and the Formula 1 team, MoneyGram Haas F1 team. Not a lot of success. However, he did see success in 2011 with Tony Stewart when Stewart won the NASCAR Cup Series championship on a winner-take-all situation between him and Carl Edwards. They ran around 3 and 4. 2014, the inaugural NASCAR playoff system. Kevin Harvick winning it over Ryan Newman on the final restart with 3 laps to go. Byron at the front. They're all coming down below the yellow apron. So this caution period, so everyone is going back onto pit road so as they get set for changes. They're all getting fuel around. They're all refueling themselves so as to get themselves prepared. Oh, Byron has to be careful because Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is on his outside, it's on his right side. Austin Cindric, part this front row. Oh, he dangerously got by Chase Briscoe. See what positions change when they come out of pit road. Logano, Byron, Cindric, Stenhouse, Briscoe, Chastain, Dillon, Wallace, Busch, and Nemechek. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was caught in a pickle. He could not get onto his pit stall. However, he gained 18 spots. As a result, everybody pitting, and as such, Josh Berry pulled up and made a huge gain up front. Oh, what a change this is. As we get all the details, Michael McDowell, Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon, Cole Custer, Chase Briscoe. At the top 5, Logano, Wallace, Busch, Austin Dillon, and Elliott round out the top 10. Some other pit crews will hold up something funky. So over half the field is now gone out to change things up. Custer now up to second as we get more pits. Hélio Castroneves has a Brazilian flag. Kevin Harvick used to have his happy hour logo. I wanted the silly face. So there's an iPad used by Christopher Bell of when to go and when not to go. That's a useful tool for drivers to take signal of. So immediately when it turns green, that's your signal to go. So now we get more drivers onto the pits. Justin Haley included. Jimmy Johnson staying out there, and I don't believe we are seeing the end of it. For the pace car laps. 8 laps of pace car laps coming out this caution. McDowell, Blaney, Zane Smith, Cole Custer, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson, Joe Logano, Austin Cindric, William Byron, and Ryan Preece. Your top 10. But these drivers are on different pit strategies, it seems. You know, McDowell staying out there for this shakeup, and we have another shakeup. And a couple of them are coming around turn number 4. We're minutes away from restarting this race. Turns out most of that weather is to the south of where they are at Daytona. Michael McDowell, the new leader. It's him, Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson, Joe Logano, William Byron, Austin Cindric, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Chase Briscoe. Pace cars are all around here at Daytona as they all round around looking for cleanup here. With not a lot of cleanup to be done. Helicopters rounding around the site. You wonder what exactly the lap number is when they all come back onto green. The last lap under caution is always the one in which the pace car lights are shut off. Right around through the turn 4 grass. So the pace car's on track to turn off the lights and get everyone ready to go. We have an Eagles fan in attendance. To be happy knowing that the Eagles won the Super Bowl last week. A couple of raindrops have exited the surface. And here is Chase Elliott. Lap number 19 is Chase Elliott's communications. Crew Chief Alan Gustafson and Elliott, who won last year at Texas, he is sitting at 16th. At the rain, Elliott was 22nd. He's currently 16th. Ryan Blaney moves up to first place. Zane Smith at second place, right next to Blaney. Now, at the time of this caution, the pace car lights are still on as McDowell drops back 2 positions. Riley Herbst directly right behind him. And the Rizzler in attendance. Blaney, Smith, McDowell, Herbst, Johnson, Logano, Byron, Cindric, Stenhouse, and Briscoe, the top 10. So Jimmy Johnson sitting right behind Riley Herbst. So Blaney, Cup Series champion in 2023. He is now sitting at the lead. Zane Smith started at the rear of this pack at 40th place. He is now second place. So we are now going to monitor if there's any impending rain for this race. NASCAR is looking to check that up. And as such, we're going to get the signal when to go. So yellow flag is still out. So while we are waiting around, we're going to step away for a moment. Blaney was at the front of the pack. Everyone's coming around through pit road as they are looking to get back underway here. Lap number 21. And now, again, the pace cars brought the cars back. Instead of stopping in their stalls, they are parking them onto pit road. Instead of stopping at the stalls, they're parking them at pit road. They're not really making this up. It's an extended delay here. So the hope is that they will not lose the track here. And they're staying optimistic that this race will be able to continue. So, Paul Wolf, crew chief, Coleman Presley, spotter, for Joey Logano as they're looking around for inclement weather. So, everyone's ordered back onto the pits in this yellow flag condition. So, at the time, Blaney, Smith, Herbst, Johnson, Logano, Byron, Cindric, Briscoe, Chastain, and Ty Dillon are the top 10. So they did not stop to top these cars off. So some took on tarp. Riley Herbst with 3 career Xfinity wins. One of them last year at the Brickyard, the Indianapolis 500. So we're currently on standby for any motion about any word from NASCAR. Alex Bowman, Hélio Castroneves, that moving forward to get themselves all motion up. A lot of it plays out about the plans here. It all seems easily such, so their cars are parked over on the inside, others at the outside. So another red flag period has transpired. So that's 2 separate red flag periods here in this year's Daytona 500. Everyone's coming out of their cars. And the day in which we were optimistic about casting this, they're all putting on the tarp. Some of them are getting the tarp. We want to wonder. And the hope is that it's just for a quarter of this and that everything that happened in the past is through. So everyone is out of their cars and they're covering them with tarp. So the red flag is back out. And it's a bummer that it got such exciting action to begin this Daytona 500. Chase Briscoe, William Byron, Austin Cindric, Ty Dillon contending for the top spot. And now, that delay is going to be even more. And Christopher Bell, getting the tarp right now. The drivers are staying inside. The worry is, how long is this going to go? He once had a rain delay. Well, this is the first time that I'm covering a Daytona 500, and I really do not want to have it like this, because this certainly does not get the vibes of something around here. Oh, anything. And Alan Gustafson wanting to know how long this is going to go for. So this caution is for precautionary reasons, and the red flag is out. So that's 2 red flags. And I don't know how long this is going to come back out. The red flag. It's the second red flag for rain. Alan Gustafson wants to know, is hoping that the race continues on for tonight. No rain is scheduled for after 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Rain is expected to stop momentarily. Just a little drizzle. To see how long the jet drying process will take this time around. We're at lap 21. So this really reeks of questions. How long do we know about the rain here? And which driver, should this race come back, which driver has the strongest strategy on throughout? We're at lap number 21. Rain is going to be cleared out. We don't anticipate this red flag period going on for longer. Well, of course, Alan Gustafson indicating how long this will go. So Chris Gale is the new crew chief for Denny Hamlin. He briefly was the crew chief for Ty Gibbs. And the pit stop kind of fall right onto the area of what they wanted to see around. Pit stop for fuel. So the caution came out at the time everyone was getting out onto the turn 2. Last year was the fastest Daytona 500 during the stages era. Average speed of 157.178 miles an hour. William Byron. Some of these races are shortened due to rain. 1965, 1966, 2003, 2009. Last year was postponed from Sunday to Monday because of rain. 2021, the race ran on Sunday but finished after midnight on Monday. In 2020, the race began on Sunday but finished on Monday evening because of rain as well. It is no longer raining on turns 3 and 4. The weather system is moving to the south here at Daytona. Red flag is still displayed here. And Jonathan Hassler, an interview from Josh Sims. How long this goes is not known. Still wandering around. Once again, going to know the future cast. So tomorrow, Canada faces Finland in the Four Nations face-off. The highest finisher between Canada, Finland, and Sweden will head to the championship game to face the United States. So the clinching scenarios are as follows. Canada will clinch a berth in the final if they win in regulation or if they win in overtime or shootout and any result of USA and Sweden other than a regulation win. So if they defeat Finland in overtime or a shootout, and if there is any result of USA versus Sweden other than a regulation win by Sweden. Finland clinches a berth if they defeat Canada in regulation, or if they defeat Canada in overtime or a shootout, and there's any result of USA versus Sweden other than a regulation win by Sweden. Sweden clinches a berth if they defeat the USA in regulation and the Canada-Finland game is decided in overtime or a shootout. Those are your clinching scenarios for the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game. So we're back onto the booth beat with Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray. So the second time in which we have a red flag period. Rain is on the south end of this venue. McMurray won the Daytona 500 in 2010. On a last lap showdown, 2 laps to go, he won his first race back with Chip Ganassi Racing. His first stint, he drove both the 40 and the 42. See some drivers using the bathroom stalls. Kyle Larson did that before he heads back onto his car. Wind out here on the grandstands. It is a very windy day. No storms. William Byron, who won last year, wanting to defend that. He's one of the members of the elite of NASCAR in the Cup Series. There's the feelings about doing things over again if he can defend his title. That is a very realistic possibility. And also some games in the future. Keep an eye out for the NHL trade deadline show on March 7th. We pass the Four Nations face-off. Then Lakers Celtics on March 8th. From here on out, it's anyone's guess because I have not had my schedule planned out. But I am targeting March 27th, opening day on the MLB. The Dodgers and the Tigers. That's going to be a really good one. Nice reunion between Jack Flaherty with the Dodgers, who we won a World Series with. The tarp is being removed. Denny Hamlin won the Daytona 500 3 times before. The 2016 finish saw a final showdown between him and Martin Truex Jr. The race decided by 1/10 of a second. He won in the closest Daytona finish in NASCAR history. Hamlin won in 2019 in a win in the memory of J.D. Gibbs. Passed away before the Daytona 500. And Denny Hamlin had some fun in the past as he got pie in the face by Kevin Harvick. So, he's had a lot of fun throughout his career. Of course, if him saying, "I beat your favorite driver." Good friends with Michael Jordan, Cohen's 2311 Racing with. By accolades, many attribute Jordan as the greatest player of all time in the NBA. Arguments can be said about LeBron James. Others are said as 1A, 1B. 54 Cup Series victories for Hamlin. We saw his longtime sponsor FedEx depart. His primary sponsor being Sport Clips. His Mavis Brakes and Tires also departed. And the offseason, National Debt Relief is sponsoring Hamlin for this race. The three-time Daytona 500 winner as well. 2019, 2020, which he won at those times. He is tied with Bobby Allison, Dale Jarrett, and Jeff Gordon for the third most Daytona 500 victories. Allison won it 1978, 1982, and 1988. Jarrett 1993, 1996, and 2000. Gordon 1997, 1999, and 2005. And two-time champions of the Daytona 500, including Bill Elliott, 85 and 87, Sterling Marlin, 1994 and 1995, Michael Waltrip, 01 and 03, Matt Kenseth, 2009, 2012, Jimmy Johnson, 2006, 2013, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., the most recent two-time Daytona 500 winner, 2004 and 2014. On teams who have won the race multiple times, Petty Enterprises won it 9 times. Hendrick Motorsports is tied in that category for the most Daytona 500 victories in all time. They got their 9th Daytona 500 victory last year, which moved them into a two-way tie with Petty Enterprises for the most Daytona 500 victories as a race team. Woodburners Racing won it 5 times. 1963, 1968, 1972, 1976, 2011. That 1976 finish being a classic between David Pearson and Richard Petty. Joe Gibbs Racing won it 4 times. 93, 2016, 2019, and 2020. Rainer Lundy, 80, 83, 84. Morgan McClure Motorsports, 91, 94, and 95. Robert Yates Racing in 92, 96, and 2000. RCR, Richard Childress Racing in 98, 2007, and 2018. Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, 01, 03, 04. Penske, 08, 15, 22. And among two-time champions, Holman Moody, 65 and 67. Junior Johnson Associates 69 and 77. Melling Racing 85 and 87. RFK Racing 09 and 2012. So the tarp is being removed now. The rain has gone away. Lap 1, Bubba Wallace was third. At the time of the rain, he was 8th. Currently, he is 11th. Tyler Reddick, 11th at lap 1. At the rain, he was 9th. Currently 16th. The highest position Bubba got was 2nd. Many have said this is a make or break year for Bubba Wallace. The last year was his most consistent year, but it was also his most frustrating year. Riley Herbst, third among the running order for 2311. He is the highest pacing car for 2311 right now, albeit with some rain. However, who knows anything if it's going to help or not. Some crew chief changes for the off season, as several drivers are new crew chiefs. Austin Dillon now paired with Richard Boswell. The last year was paired Keith Rodden and Justin Alexander. Brad Keselowski with Jeremy Bowens. After last year was Matt McCall. Justin Haley with Rodney Childers. Ty Dillon this year driving the number 10 for Colleague Racing. Getting the number 10 and drive crew chief by Andrew Dickinson. He's back in the NASCAR Cup Series. Denny Hamlin paired with Chris Gale. AJ Allmendinger paired with Trent Owens. Chase Briscoe with James Small. Josh Berry with Miles Stanley. Bubba Wallace with Charles Denique. Todd Gilliland with Chris Lawson, who was originally set to be his crew chief for this race. He is suspended because of illegal weight on the car. Kevin Reboletto is his crew chief. Riley Herbst with Davin Restivo. Zane Smith with Ryan Burgundy. Justin Allgaier with Greg Ives. Junior Motorsports. Last season, Smith was at Spire Motorsports, crew chief by Stephen Doran. Sleet East by Trackhouse Racing to Spire. However, the contract between Trackhouse and Spire expired. No pun intended. Cole Custer with Aaron Kramer. John Hunter Nemechek with Travis Mack. Eric Jones with Ben Beshore. Tyler Reddick's crew chief remains unchanged. Cody Ware, Billy Plord, suspended. Illegal weight on the equipment. Illegal weight on the car. Tommy Baldwin Jr. is crew chief for Ware this race. Ty Gibbs with Tyler Allen. Martin Truex Jr. reunited with Cole Pern. Ryan Preece with Derek Finley. Michael McDowell taking Travis Peterson with him to Spire. Carson Hocevar staying with Luke Lambert. Jimmy Johnson with Chad Johnson. Shane Van Gisbergen with Stephen Doran. Hélio Castroneves with Darian Grubb. Daniel Suarez sticking with Matt Swiderski. So for this retaining crew chiefs from their teams. McDowell and Suarez I mentioned. Ross Chastain sticking with Phil Surgeon. Austin Sims with Brian Wilson. Noah Gragson with Drew Blickensturfer. He took him from Stewart Haas Racing to Front Row Motorsports. Kyle Larson sticking with Cliff Daniels. Kyle Busch with Randall Burnett. Chase Elliott with Alan Gustafson. Among the retaining crew chiefs, Ryan Blaney with Jonathan Hassler. Chris Buescher with Scott Graves. Christopher Bell with Adam Stevens. Joey Logano with Paul Wolf. William Byron with Rudy Fugel. Among the retaining crew chiefs. J.J. Yaley with Jay Guy. Tyler Reddick with Billy Scott. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Mike Kelly. Alex Bowman with Blake Harris. Among retaining crew chiefs with their teams. I already mentioned about Suarez in the 99. Let's keep an eye out for Hélio Castroneves. I mean, how unpredictable that this could be. Trackhouse Racing is the only team with 4 drivers in 4 different countries in the Daytona 500. Ross Chastain from the United States, native of Alva, Florida. Shane Van Gisbergen, the New Zealand native from Auckland. Hélio Castroneves from Brazil, is the native of Sao Paulo. And Daniel Suarez from Mexico, native of Monterrey, Nuevo León. It's an exclusive interview of Daniel Suarez at the Daytona 500. And his teammates with Ross Chastain, now the 3 of them together between Chastain, Suarez, and SVG. I'll have to bring up the international guys up here. Chastain is 9th, SVG 26th, Castroneves 31st, Suarez 32nd among the Trackhouse cars. And Pitbull, co-owner of Trackhouse Racing, went to make the statement on the international side. Of course, they're the only team with 4 countries represented. It's not to mention that at COTA, Connor Zilisch will be driving the number 87 car, native of Charlotte, North Carolina. The 18-year-old phenom make his statement at the Xfinity Series. Jet drying has begun. So, with that, we're going to once again step away until jet drying has been completed. So, I'm going to take this to an end, this space, but we don't anticipate. Well, pace car lights are on. So, we're not sure what it's going to be about. This is another weather delay here at Daytona International Speedway, but we're going to still be going until we have a definite solution. Jet drying has begun. So, turns out the NASCAR officials are having some fun. They're getting the jet drying around for the track. So it looks like between 18 and 20 jet dryer trucks are in action. Now we're back. So this red flag period has officially ended. We're at the 3rd caution of this race. So you have 18 to 20 jet dryer trucks in action. This red flag period was shorter. The caution flag is back out. So we're going to bring you back over here. So the NASCAR officials are having some fun. And on for this sunset at Daytona International Speedway, we are back in the action. Lights are on and everyone is home. So they ran the duels here on Thursday. Of course, everyone's getting back onto the track, getting set for more racing here at the World Center of Racing, Daytona Beach, in the state of Florida. The beaches, of course, being some of the best, but this was a lengthy delay. And here at Daytona Beach, just never know. All right, so all the meteorologists have said the rain is over. We should be good to go for the rest of this race. The Ryan Blaney leads the field out to the caution flag. 21 laps gone here in the Daytona 500. So in total, through 21 laps, this has taken us a grand total of 4 hours and 18 minutes from the start time. It's approximately at 2 o'clock Eastern time. We're 4 hours and 8 minutes relative to the start time. The front 3 occupied by Blaney, Zane Smith, and Riley Herbst. Herbst was a candidate. Herbst, I thought, was going to be landing at Front Row Motorsports. That 38 car occupied by Smith. I thought it was going to be Herbst because he was a Ford affiliate. He chose the Toyota path now. Briscoe went from Ford to Toyota. They thought we were going to end this pace. However, that is no longer the case. Rounding through the turns. So everyone's back out here. Jet drying efforts taking place at pit road now as they're vacuuming up pit road. Lap number 22 as we're back out here. You wonder if pit road is going to be occupied later after jet drying efforts. Do remember, this was a lengthy delay that from the caution flag from the initial caution flag has lasted just over 3 hours. It's now 4 hours. So as the field was going to hit green, Ryan Blaney did mark this communication. It's going to be a really fun year. He felt like he missed out on a championship last season. And he did mark this revenge of the 12. With no pun intended to the Seattle Seahawks of the NFL, given that their fan base is nicknamed 12s, with a reputation as one of the loudest crowds in the NFL, perennially up there with the Kansas City Chiefs crowd. So Blaney leads the field out as he is trailing that pace car in lap number 22. It is Blaney, followed by Zane Smith, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, William Byron, Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, and Ty Dillon. During this caution, no cars have been involved in a crash. All the cautions have been for rain. Keep an eye out for the number 8 of Kyle Busch. He has not won a Daytona 500 in his career, and it's not won here at Daytona International Speedway since 2008, his first year with Joe Gibbs Racing, driving the number 18 that previously was made synonymous with Bobby Labonte in the Interstate Batteries car. And now Blaney is going on to pit road. The belief here is that cars are coming onto pit road for fuel. So he's going to give up this lead to Joey Logano at lap number 23. Jimmy Johnson's also out on pit road to get fuel. So the fastest lap of this race belongs to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 for Hayek Motorsports, co-share owned by Brad Daugherty. He had an infamous fight with Kyle Busch at the NASCAR All-Star race as he felt like he got pushed over by Rowdy. So keep an eye out for the Duke Blue Devils. Bracketology has Duke listed as the top seed in their region, the East region. To get back on to you on lap number 23. Logano, Byron, Cindric, Chastain, Briscoe, Ty Dillon, Wallace, Kyle Busch, Elliott, and LaJoie. Your top 10 at the time of lap 23 under caution. You're all rounding out through the turns. Nobody daring to pass one another as the pace car lights are still on. Lap number 23, we have a Chicago Blackhawks fan here in attendance. Well, it's a really hockey weather. Pace car lights are off, by the way. The choose rule is in effect. Joey Logano is in front in the end of this stage as everyone is getting ready for the restart. Right now, it is 61 degrees Fahrenheit, the temperature outdoors. The track temperature is 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Logano, Byron, Cindric, Chastain, Briscoe, Dillon, Wallace, Busch, Elliott, and LaJoie. Pace cars off the pit road. We'll have the green flag up right now. It is up, and the gas pedals are down. Finally, after 4 hours of waiting, we are back underway here in the Daytona 500. At long last. At lap number 24, we'll see if the number 24 can defend his Daytona 500 title. Excellent restart for Logano as he is out front here at lap number 24. Excellent push from the outside with Austin Cindric right behind him. These two teammates working with one another. The outside having the advantage. Chase Briscoe clears Byron, the pole sitter. But Byron has a little pushback, going side by side with Briscoe for third. Up at the front with a push from behind from Chastain. And Byron is not going down without a fight. On that inside, the inside has to push back. Already we have 3 wide. Right behind the pack. But that line is not strong. Lap 25. As we are here at Daytona International Speedway. The third lane is starting to form on the outside. So immediately you have 3 wide at the back. Denny Hamlin falling back. Kyle Larson catching up to him. That gets Hamlin the more speed on that outside lane. Todd Gilliland also part of that push through the outside. Shane Van Gisbergen giving it a go on that outside lane. More help is going to come on the way for SVG. First full-time season for the Tasmanian Devil. Logano still leading. But remember, that outside lane, you want to wonder how much it's going to get that push, that strength. Here they come on the outside. Lap number 26 as Logano moves towards that low line. Then gets back up. Have to see where Ross Chastain goes. He moves to the outside. The outside lane has the advantage. And it puts Cindric back on the middle lane. The middle lane is getting the slower end of things. Briscoe in a strong game from that outside. Do Logano and Byron move to the outside, try to block? Here goes Chastain towards the middle. Trying to go to his own hole for third place. A daring move from the Melon Man. Ty Dillon testing for third, and he moves right by. The inside lane the strongest. Kyle Busch on row number 4 as the front 3 are at the front of this pack. Logano at lap number 27 on the lead. Byron right behind. Ty Dillon in third place. Keep an eye on that outside lane. They have the advantage. Chase Briscoe and Kyle Busch on that bottom. Briscoe at the top. These two had an epic showdown at Darlington in the fall. In the Southern 500 last season. Briscoe won it on an epic 17-lap showdown. They're all catching up to the pack, each at 190 miles an hour. The view from Ryan Preece would show us such. Currently 33rd, but each driver is fighting for positioning. And when you're one of those drivers that's at the middle of it, you can only do so much. You all come to the start-finish line for lap number 28. 3 wide here, they're all over the place. The cars in the middle of the pack really don't have a lot of places to go. All they can hope for is try to get a jump, but they're not seeing that jump. The third line was formed. Do we see some blocks? This Chase Briscoe motion for a block towards the middle side. Kyle Busch moves up to 4th. The inside line is the strongest right now. Byron tried to break away from the inside, tried to move outside. Briscoe getting a push, and he's up to 3rd. The outside getting the stronger edge right now. The middle line falling back. Lap 29. The 19 and the 9 right next to one another. So you get back up to action. The Ross Chastain trying to lead the way on the outside. The middle is where it's strongest. Inside is where it's back. Oh, and after 3 or so hours, finally, this rain delay is over.
Are they just getting out of the rain delay now?
They just got back from the rain delay. We're on lap number 29.
All right, I only missed 19 laps. That's all right.
Yep. And right now, it is Joey Logano, the defending champion, at the lead right now with defending Daytona winner William Byron right behind him. So you got 2 recent champions fighting for the top spot. The thing is, they're stacked one on top of one another. The inside line is where it's strongest. And you want to get that good air from right behind so that you get an advantage up for route. Lap 30. Pick up some dirty air and get the tires moving. And not a lot from that outside, Owen. That outside is the weak link of this track right now. The middle line is picking up some traction. And Chase Briscoe jumped to that middle line. He's the pole sitter. And Kyle Busch blocks him. moves up to that middle, trying to make up some ground to change that momentum. The middle is where it's strongest at this current moment. Does Byron block Busch? Not as we're seeing right now as we head to lap number 31. But keep in mind, Corey LaJoie was surprisingly good in the duels, and he qualified for the 500 based on positioning in the duels. Same thing with Justin Allgaier. LaJoie falls back partially. Elliott. And now we get a block here. Byron moves up front. And Logano walks off Elliott and some more moves. Logano! Oh! William Byron takes the lead away as Logano blocks Rowdy. Insides were strongest. Willie Byron, the defending winner of this race, now the leader. He led the early portions right before the rain came for this lengthy 4-hour red flag period when you combine the caution in between the red flag periods. The delay has caused this race to be delayed for 4 hours. Lap 32, LaJoie is now testing through the middle. But a ballsy move from Kyle Busch to go to the middle to have Joey Logano to be forced to find out who to block, and Logano had no choice but to go to the middle side. And here comes LaJoie through the middle. Big push from Logano. He rockets his way to the lead here on lap 32. They both go to the outside. Last year, LaJoie had the worst season of his career with Spire Motorsports in the number 7. Now out of a ride, full-time in Cup Series, he had to settle for a part-time ride with Rick Ware Racing driving a 0-1 car. So take you side by side as Fox is showing the commercials while also showing the footage. Good decision by NBC to do so for super speedway races. Lap number 33, LaJoie the leader. What's the possibility of an upset winner here? Would it be someone like LaJoie or Ty Dillon, who are currently in the top 5? That'll be an entertaining possibility to see. So momentum from Cole Custer in the number 41 for Haas Factory Team. Gene Haas sold off 3 of his 4 charters from Stewart Haas Racing. And Tony Stewart no longer has a controlling interest of the team now. Eric Jones thought he won the second duel by 4/1000 of a second. Caution flag came out just before they crossed the line. Toyota Racing Development renamed to Toyota Gazoo Racing through the off-season. Interesting development because I thought Toyota Racing Development stuck with me. Kyle Busch up to 3rd. LaJoie at the front of this pack, still the leader. Bubba Wallace, who started 3rd place, finishing 1st place in the duels. We are in lap 35. As he is in the middle of this pack. Hélio Castroneves at 33rd, now 32nd. Martin Truex Jr., now retired from full-time Cup competition, has not won at a drafting track in his career. Now it's side by side for the lead as LaJoie blocks Logano. And here comes Kyle Busch through the middle. He gets blocked too by Logano. LaJoie figuring out who to block at the front. Who does the momentum go to from behind LaJoie? Remember not to get too front this pack, but LaJoie is having a field day as the leader. Advantage Logano on the outside. Lap number 36. And Logano back up front. And he blocks off LaJoie right afterwards. Still free wide all around this pack. Free wide is commonplace here in Daytona. That is going to work a lot. 4 wide, that's a Talladega thing, not a Daytona thing. So we did mention our predictions. You said Kyle Larson. I said Ryan Blaney. Blaney's currently 19th. We'll have to see where Larson is right now. He's outside the top 20. We have to see what exactly is his position. So Logano So up front, he has led 9 of the 35 laps so far in this race. So LaJoie entered the season without a car in a drive for RWR. Now 29 laps to go. The first stage is 65 laps. Second stage is 65 laps too. The final stage is 70 laps. Logano. It has 2 Ford drivers at the front of this pack. But there's 3 Chevys right behind. William Byron, Kyle Busch, and Chase Elliott. 2 teammates. But the outside is at a disadvantage as there's not a heavy push. Now Byron, right by Rowdy. They're battling side by side for third. How much longer does Logano stay in the lead? Ford has been dominant in super speedways most of the time last season. 5 of the 6 pole positions in super speedways last year were claimed by Michael McDowell. That was when he was with Front Row Motorsports in the 34 car. Oh, this is dangerous. Logano and LaJoie are way ahead of the pack. That allows Chase Elliott to catch up to them. Elliott moving up. All of Dawsonville, Georgia is watching this race. You wonder if they would sound the siren if Elliott pulls off this victory. He's never won a 500, but his father won it twice. 1985, 1987, 27 to go. Off the racetrack for the far side. Elliott wanting an additional push. He is not clear. Yes, he is now clear of Rowdy, but he decides not to block him off. Logano moves off. Shuts off Chase's momentum. LaJoie left alone on the inside. Chase Elliott wants to go by. Logano moves up to block Elliott. Austin Cindric directly right behind that boy from Dawsonville, Chase Elliott. And Cindric is also clear of Rowdy. 40 laps down. We're in the 40th lap, 26 to go. LaJoie is losing momentum, and here comes Chase Elliott to the middle. And he is clear of Logano. That's one of Larson's teammates at Hendrick Motorsports. He is in a battle for 20th place with Eric Jones. Elliott, a multi-year most popular driver winner. And I thought for sure that last year the most popular driver award would go to Kyle Larson.
Let's go, Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson is my man.
Here we go. Elliott at the front. 41. That's the lap number. Kyle Busch testing Chase Elliott for the lead. That inside getting that strong push. Rowdy has not won at Daytona since 2008 and the summer event. AJ Allmendinger at the middle. First race back at full-time Cup Series action. Driving number 16 for a colleague. But he's good at super speedways. As good as he is at the road courses. He did win at the Charlotte Roval and the Indy road course. Rowdy's catching up. Through the middle. Driving to number 8 for RCR. Side by side in the battle. And Rowdy can't get by Chase. 42 laps in. Elliott still in the lead. Logano with the push. One of the best pushers in NASCAR as Rowdy drops back to third. Logano wants the lead for himself. Can't get by Rowdy. But that forces Rowdy to the inside. He has no push. Logano back to the outside. Rowdy's at disadvantage. Just gets back in front of Byron. He was going to be in big trouble if he didn't get back in time to the front of William Byron, and Logano is back in the lead.
Where's Larson?
Larson right now is up to 19th.
Yeah, Bampty Michael Pitchko. Come on, Larson, let's go.
Now 17th. Rowdy testing the outside. He wants Chase Elliott to give him a push. Logano leads on that inside. Rowdy wanting to push from Chase Elliott as 2 Chevys working with one another. It inadvertently cost him a few spots. And one car is way off pace. That is the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, who is way off pace with the rest of this group. He is going to pit road. We're going to discuss matters with Trent Owens on a pit cycle. So now, as we're coming to the tail end of stage 1, I have to wonder what the pit strategies are going to be here at the end of stage 1. We're on lap number 43. Kyle Busch in 4th place. He moves up to 3rd through the middle. Jen, you come to the right time right here. How are you?
I'm all right. I dropped a box from a closet shelf onto the bridge of my nose. So I may sound a little stuffy because my nose hurts.
Yo, Jen, what's up?
Anyway, Max, how you feeling?
I am drunk off my ass right now, and I'm enjoying a nice NASCAR race. Let's go! and I'm hitting up the bar after the race is over.
Oh, you have fun.
All right. So as of right now, Logano's in the lead. It's a good decision by Fox to have side-by-side broadcasts when there are commercials running. NBC implemented that, and Fox followed suit. So I like this decision for when there are super speedway type races. This is the way to go.
How many laps are left in the race, Alec?
All right. 45 laps into this race. 21 laps left in stage 1. This is a 200-lap event. So after this, there are 156 laps to go. As Logano blocks Chase Elliott. Shane Van Gisbergen up to 3rd place now. The Tasmanian Devil making up ground. He gets up to 2nd place. Where did he come from? And he's trying to test for the lead here on the defending chip. But not before Byron has anything to say about that one. Driving to number 24. 20 laps to go. I almost said 46. That was supposed to be the original number of the number 24 car for Hendrick Motorsports. However, as Byron takes the lead away, not for long though, however, licensing issues with Days of Thunder have prevented the car to be numbered to 46 at Hendrick. Just a fun fact. So, here at Daytona, as we're getting back into the action, William Byron testing Joey Logano. Byron up front momentarily. These two are looking like the two most dominant cars, and now Logano has a say. 47 laps in, 19 to go in stage 1 as he jumps to the front. Byron wants to jump, but can't do so as he has no push. So he stays in the draft. Logano blocks him. Justin Allgaier has jumped 20 positions since the restart. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 14 positions. Zane Smith, 13. Cole Custer, 11. Riley Herbst, 10. That's the number of positions that they increased since the last restart. SVG back down to 13th after he tested Logano and Byron for the lead. However, he's fallen back at the middle of this pack. Denny Hamlin has entered the picture. He's at 3rd place right behind Byron and Logano. Allmendinger is off. He has problems with his car. Logano has led 20 laps so far, so you have 18 laps to go. The inside having a huge push. Ford followed by Chevy, followed by Toyota, followed by the 2 RCR Chevys, Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon. Then you got Bubba Wallace, who is jumping ahead to the picture. The first 6 cars single file. Then it's 2 wide and 3 wide afterwards. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. breaking away. Uh-oh! Larson stacked up, but they keep their composure between him, Cindric, and Chastain. That almost looked to be disaster had that not been controlled. Remember, Chastain and Cindric got together in the final lap of last year's Daytona 500. So last lap crash, a bump. They all keep their cool. Ryan Blaney gets a heavy push on that middle line. Chastain falls behind on that outside. The middle has a huge advantage back at this pack. Between Daytona 500 winners, Logano's currently 1st, Byron 2nd, Hamlin 3rd, Stenhouse 6th, Dillon 9th. Austin though into this. Cindric, 16th. Jimmy Johnson, 36th. And McDowell, 39th. Those are the positions of the previous Daytona 500 winners. Single file on the first 7 positions. 16 laps to go. Lap 50. And Logano still leading this snake down through turn 1 past the tri-oval. Nobody's making any sudden moves. Byron led this race at the rain. Is currently the runner-up to Logano. Whites are on here. The rain has moved away. The rain was at the south side of this track by turns 1 and 2. And Stenhouse falls back to this pack. Bubba Wallace without a draft. So let's see who has a distinctive edge here. And remember, stage points on the line. That makes these races a little more meaningful for playoff positioning. 15 to go in stage 1. And it's still no movement between the front 5 cars, but that outside is forming. Kyle Busch blocks the progress of Brad Keselowski. He and Ryan Blaney are in the picture. Blaney's up to 6. Bubba Wallace has a say. Or rather, Corey LaJoie. Blaney stacked up. He can't move any further and is forced to the middle. LaJoie up to 6. He did lead some laps earlier. And a good time in doing so. It's still Logano at the front. Blaney is now the leader at the middle of this pack, well behind the inside line that's led by Logano. They all round a tri-oval again. 14 laps to go here. LaJoie can't go to the outside.
In stage 1.
Yep, in stage 1. LaJoie is now 6th place with a test from Blaney as Stenhouse challenges the outside. Bubba Wallace into the picture. At 9th place, they're side by side all around. Daniel Suarez and Hélio Castroneves, the 2 Trackhouse teammates, 18th and 19th. Kyle Larson up to 14th.
Let's go, Larson!
Now he's 13th, and Keselowski. Big push from his former teammate Blaney. Keselowski in the fray. He has not won a Daytona 500. This is 15th attempt. Logano blocks his former teammate. Excellent defense by one of the better defenders in NASCAR. 13 to go in stage 1. The bond between Logano and Keselowski remains unbroken. Even if they're on different teams now, they're brothers at heart. William Byron testing that inside. That will leave Logano at the outside. Does he block Byron? It says Logano, Keselowski, and Blaney all that outside. Stenhouse now in the picture. Up to 4th. No cautions for crashes. All the cautions have been for rain.
Ricky Crashhouse. That's not Stenhouse, it's Ricky Crashhouse.
Others have called him Recky Spinhouse.
Or that works too.
Well, but either way, in my eyes, Stenhouse is still a respectable super speedway driver. Not much else to be seen outside the super speedways from him, though.
Something like that.
Yeah. So, super speedways are where he does best. Yeah, these 3, 2 Penske teammates and a former Penske teammate between Logano, Blaney, and Keselowski. He used to drive the number 2. Now he's driving the number 6.
I have a question.
What's up?
I haven't watched it in a while, so why is it called stage 1 and why is it being broken up? Is it gonna be?
Oh, it's so fucking stupid, Alec. You explain this.
I guess it's playoff points, and I think it's that for playoff positioning on the line. Not much else to be said.
But will they do the whole race today?
Yeah, they're doing the whole race. It used to be 200 laps nonstop.
Right, exactly. That's why I was confused.
Alec, I'm sorry, mate, but that was not a good explanation. I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, I'm bad at explanations in NASCAR.
So the race is still 200 laps, but
yes.
they divide it up into 3 stages, and the winner of each stage gets points.
10 points.
Sorry?
Yeah, the winner of each stage gets 10 points.
Right, okay. The
10 points,
Yeah.
which are put towards the playoffs, the NASCAR
Yes.
playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, and the countdown's like
I
this.
understand that.
Yeah, countdown's
because I was
like
just
this for-
confused of why it was saying that, but so instead of being 200 flat out, does it keep going, or is it just
I believe it is 50, 50, and 100. Am I wrong?
Okay, but like how
All right.
long do they break in
So in this case, it is 65, 65, 70. And here is Todd Gilliland testing Ryan Blaney on the inside. So second place in the stages gets 9 points, third place 8, fourth place 7, fifth place 6. You get the whole idea.
Yeah.
6th place 5, 7, 4, 8, 3, 9 deuce, and 10 1.
Yeah, the top 10 finishers in each stage get points.
Okay.
And after the top 10 get points, the caution flag is shown.
You hear my humidifier?
Yeah. So, yeah, after the top 10 finishers of each stage, it's a mandatory caution period.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So they are breaking it up, like.
Yep.
Man, that's kind of annoying because the best part of NASCAR is the crashes.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. We're just anticipating the big one to happen sometime soon.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite driver, Jen?
Oh, I haven't had a favorite driver in years because I was an Earnhardt Jr. Elliott. So if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick Chase Elliott.
Elliott's still racing.
Yeah,
Elliott's still
that's a good choice.
Elliott is still racing?
Yeah, Chase Elliott's still up here. The iconic number 9.
Yeah, and now Kyle Busch, is he still M&M guy?
Well, he's no longer with the M&Ms. He's on a different number, different sponsor. Now driving the number 8, Kyle Busch.
Okay. Like, I know some names, but Bush was always kind of a dickhead. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I'm going to probably pick a newbie, I would probably go with Elliott just because, like I said, I used to be, like, Dale.
Well,
All the Dales.
well, look, I'm new to NASCAR and I picked Suarez.
What are you guys thinking? Should I hit up the bar at the conclusion of this NASCAR race?
Okay, let's calm down here. Because we're back in the action. 7 laps to go in stage 1. Single file. Most of this front, Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse, Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick. Those 5 that I last listed have all entered the picture, and the previously mentioned Todd Gilliland, who tested Blaney for 3rd, is in 10th place. Larson at 13th, Elliott at 12th, Byron 11th. So the Hendrick cars getting momentum, but it's mostly the Penske show up at the front. Well, I said Penske show because Keselowski is technically a Penske brother at heart. Still good friends with Logano, that's why I said that. 6 to go. And lap number 60, and the defending champion Logano is at the front of this field. Only regular season victory last year was in a 5 overtime showdown in Nashville. But he won 3...
I remember that race.
Oh, well, if I know something about 5 overtime races, it's not like 5 overtime NHL games.
Bro, nothing matches up against 5 overtime NHL playoff games, bro. That's just a different fucking beast.
Yeah, it is. 5 laps to go. Speaking of the number 5, I guess the number 5 as of late has become a lucky number for us. Well, Kyle Larson's yet to win a Daytona 500. It's in super speedway races that is arguably the weakest link to him. However, with the unpredictability of super speedway races, anything can be expected and anything can be unexpected. So you can expect the unexpected.
All right.
Yep.
Kyle Larson deserves a Daytona 500.
Hello, Keith. I actually heard them yesterday because I went to Daytona for the beach, and when we were driving past Daytona Speedway, you could hear the cars all doing their qualifying rounds. It was like, it literally shakes your car even all the way out in the road.
Alex Bowman in the Ally Financial car, driving the number 48, made famous by Jimmy Johnson. Johnson's still going, albeit in a part-time schedule. driving the 84 for the team he co-owns with Maury Gallagher and Richard Petty, Legacy Motor Club. And the thought is that Legacy would make a comeback after having a miserable last 2 seasons. That also includes Eric Jones driving the car with the number that has made famous by Richard Petty. So it's still Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, the front three with 3 to go in stage 1. And a little move here from Jones as he jumps to the inside. He pulled out the outside pack as he tried to block off the progress inside. We'll see if that pays off. Oh, Denny Hamlin's off the track. Smoke right on, and there's a tap. Possibly to end off stage 1. Zane Smith is involved, and the caution will come out to end the opening stage. That means Joey Logano will be your winner in stage 1. Technically, this is the 4th caution of this race because we have 3 cautions for rain, 1 entering the lengthy delay, 2 in between that delay, and the 3rd one which was after that delay. This is caution number 4.
Bro, the moment I call somebody, it goes to caution. What happened?
As I'm watching it, yep. He
Yep.
got bumped and flew up.
Okay, well, what happened? Someone describe it to me.
He's
What
still
happened?
spinning.
Yep, Danny was off the track as he had some sparks go up, and as he was out of control, tried to get his car back into control, but by the time he does so, there was a tap right on the 38 of Zane Smith.
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that inside was stacked up because of Jones getting into that inside. That causes Ross Chastain to bump Denny Hamlin onto behind. That causes Hamlin to go off the track, and Smith spun out. Hamlin got out the way of Smith right on time. And as everyone was stacked up, that caused a lot of people to lose a lot of momentum. There's a bump.
Poor Denny. He's
Oh,
been around for a while. Too.
poor guy. Oof.
Yeah.
Well, I respect the efforts of Hamlin to keep his car upright, and he did so.
So this caution should take us into the stage break, no?
Right.
Yes.
All right, so what are you guys thinking? Should I go to the bar after the NASCAR race tonight?
You know what? I'm an old lady, so I vote no. But I'm just
Yeah.
tired and
I also
Trying to
want to
break
play
my nose
smart and
today,
say
so-
no.
like I'm over here like I'm ready to take a headache pill and go to bed.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I've already made my mind up, if you couldn't tell. It's happening.
Oh, I know you have. Well, now we have the stage 1 results in. Involved in that wreck are Austin Cindric, who is an innocent bystander of all of this. Denny Hamlin and Zane Smith were the main 2 parties. The other innocent bystander was Josh Berry in the Wood Brothers car.
Damn. So, Alec, I've got to ask you. On Monday are the final 2 games, of course, for the 4 Nations face-off. Who do you think the USA will be facing in the final?
All right, drum roll, please. Canada.
Good answer. That's the correct answer.
Because I can't help but imagine but think that Canada is going to take their anger out on Finland after that loss to the USA. By that point, I think Kel McCarr should be coming back, and he should be available for Canada and getting back onto a note of vengeance.
So who wins the final then between Canada and the USA?
All right, it's a toss-up now, and it's too close for me to call. But as I can say, let me note this. This is the first time that Canada lost in a best-on-best tournament since the qualifying round of the Winter Olympics in 2010. I also want to note that later in that...
We didn't play in the qualifying round of the Olympics in 2010, and we hosted the Olympics in 2010.
You hosted the Olympics, so USA was in the qualifying round. Canada was the host country. So, there's that. So, USA won. They made it in. However, I should note that later in that year's Olympics, after the USA beat Canada in the qualifying round, We all know what happened in the gold medal game.
But are you confusing the qualifying round with the preliminary round during the Olympics? We didn't play in the qualifying round. We were the host nation. We had an automatic entry.
However it is named, the preliminary round, qualifying round, however it is named, the USA beat the Canada in the preliminary round. Then later in that gold medal game, Canada beat the USA in overtime thanks to...
the Sidney Crosby golden goal.
There you go.
I mean, it doesn't quite measure up to Paul Henderson's goal in the Summit Series, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm new to hearing Paul Henderson.
You've never seen Paul Henderson's goal in the Summit Series, Canada versus the Soviet Union?
Can you send me that video right afterwards?
Yeah. Oh my God, bro. Absolutely, I'll send. I can't believe you've never heard of that. Holy shit. Anyways, NBA All-Star game tonight. There's a bunch of bullshit playing against a bunch of bullshit. Do you think anyone's gonna try?
Yeah, no. I see more fight in the Four Nations face-off and in this Daytona 500, which is why I wanted to cast the Daytona 500 here.
Hell yeah. And that's exactly why I'm going to the bar tonight instead of watching the NBA All-Star nonsense piece of shit. Because I figure I will get more enjoyment out of getting absolutely crunked at the bar than I would watching a bunch of players not play defense in the NBA All-Star game.
So, to the garage is AJ Allmendinger as he has problems with his car. He is not going to be racing for a while if he does decide to come back out. So, Blake Houston, the front tire changer for Christopher Bell. The rear tire changer is Michael Hicks for Bell and his crew. Jake Holmes is the tire carrier. And Daryl Edwards is the jackman in Bell's crew, the number 20. Peyton Moore is the fueler. Most of the pit crew members are former athletes, whether it be football players or even basketball players themselves. But football players, most of these pit crew members, they are strong and they run fast. You don't count them out of this. One of Denny Hamlin's pit crew members used to be an NFL running back. Bell's pit crew consisting of Adam Stevens, crew chief, Chris Sherwood, car chief, as well. Pit road ranks among the top of all NASCAR pit crews, Bell's crew. And Adam Stevens is one of the best crew chiefs in the NASCAR Cup Series.
Absolutely.
You know, I think this is the year that Bell wins the championship this year. That's my prediction. Bell is going to be a champion this year.
You think Christopher Bell is going to win the NASCAR Cup Series championship?
That's my prediction. I think it's anyone's game.
I don't know. I mean, I think you're discounting Larson, but that's...
I still think Larson goes to the championship 4. It's going to be Larson, Chase Elliott, Bell, and Tyler Reddick in the championship 4.
Chase Elliott? I mean, I understand your other 3, but Chase Elliott? No, fuck that. No, Elliott ain't going nowhere this season.
If it's not Elliott, who do you believe is going to the championship 4?
Either William Byron or Bubba Wallace.
I see Byron going to the championship 4. This year for Wallace, though, is make or break. Because last year was arguably his most consistent year, but it also was his most frustrating year as well. He was a player.
No, I don't disagree.
Yep. So yeah, 2 things can be true as the cars enter pit road for tire changes and fuel. So let's hear it out for these drivers as we get a look at Byron's crew in the 24. The car made famous by none other than Jeff Gordon. You can look at Ryan Blaney as well.
How long until how long until the caution is over?
We should be back at around lap 71, 72, around that point.
So how long is that from now? What lap are we on? I don't know
68.
Oh, so like 10 minutes. Okay.
All right. Oh, Cindric. Careful. He almost got into one of the cars. And Chase Briscoe exits out from the last pit stall. Logano at the front. Ryan Blaney right behind. Logano is the stage 1 winner after Denny Hamlin lost control of his car, spun out and left sparks onto the ice. Zane Smith was also involved in that collision. Cindric and Josh Berry, innocent parties in that crash. They're all able to keep going. So right now, the leaders as they get back onto the track are Logano, Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Cole Custer, Ty Dillon, Justin Haley, Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Bubba Wallace.
See, Justin Haley, I feel like, is one of the more underrated drivers in the Cup Series. Because of course he's known for being successful, and if the race is going on, if there's action, feel free to interrupt me. He's known, of course, for being a staple of the Xfinity Series. But Justin Haley, man, he can fuck shit up in the Cup Series.
The super speedways are a strength. And I can count on him to deliver a strong performance in a super speedway. He had a strong performance at the Coke 0400 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's in Spire equipment, I think it's going to be a major upgrade for him now that he's in Spire. And with teammates that he has in the form of Michael McDowell and Carson Hocevar. McDowell is a strong super speedway driver too. And you know, hot take, I think Daniel Suarez goes back-to-back in Atlanta. Atlanta's the strongest track.
I don't know if I agree. I think Suarez is a good racer for sure, but he doesn't have the consistency of most of the top players.
Yeah, at the very maximum, I see Suarez as round 2, but as long as he can deliver a clutch performance in Atlanta or any other, I also see him as a solid road course driver as well. He did win at Sonoma for his first career win, and Suarez, he did good in the softer tires in Richmond. He delivered a stage 2 victory. He was going fast in those softer tires, leading to a 10th place finish in Richmond. That is swept under the rug because of the finish in which Austin Dillon did 2 dump and runs at the end of the race. That annoyed me. So, as it is right now, Blaney is back up to second. Austin Dillon is still up there. So, driver ranks to win. Eric Jones did not win the second duel, but you believe that he will be out for a measure of revenge as he gets back. You think that he could be a good selection to deliver a top 10 performance, a strong performance for Legacy Motor Club. Brad Keselowski has not won a Daytona 500. This is his 15th attempt. Kyle Busch trying to win his first in his 20th attempt. And there are some other former Cup Series champions that they're also looking for their first 500 victory. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, among those. Kyle Larson too. So now Logano at the front as Austin Dillon is off to pit road. Ryan Blaney out there as the pace car lights are off. So Logano.
And we're going green.
So Logano, Blaney, Suarez, Bowman, Stenhouse, Wallace, Reddick, Elliott, Byron, and Bell at the top 10 as Kyle Busch is getting back out onto the track. Off turn 1 in lap number 70 as they round through the turns. down through the backstretch, choosing their lane. Look for Alex Bowman on that inside line. Brad Keselowski on the outside right. And also keep an eye out for Hélio Castroneves. He is still in this race, having gained, as I'm looking the NASCAR orderings, he gained 20 positions since the start of this race. Castroneves. He started dead last among this pack. He's now 21st.
Yeah, he ain't winning shit.
Huh. 4-time Indy 500 champion. Last one in 2021.
Very different type of racing, however. Open wheel is not the same as NASCAR.
Kyle Larson knows what it's like, given that he tried to do the double last year. He wants to do it again this year for Arrow McLaren and Hendrick Motorsports.
He should.
All right, pace car is off. Logano, drivers outside with Blaney. Green flag is up. Gas pedals are down. Stage 2. Let's get rocking and rolling.
We're going green, mother. Woo!
And already an excellent restart from Alex Bowman in the 48 on the inside. Takes the lead away from Logano. Epic push from Wallace and a huge crash right behind. Everyone in the pack involved. Right behind the leaders. Caution is back out immediately. Castroneves involved. Oh, and why do you have to put that jinx on him?
Larson crashed.
Jimmy Johnson involved too. Kyle Busch.
So is the race over for Larson?
We'll have to see how many are held upright. What we do know is that Bowman was the leader at the time of the caution. Everybody was tacked up. Tire problems for Riley Herbst.
Yeah, Bampty Michael Pitchko. Of course.
You have to see which cars are involved. That includes Ross Chastain, and he has damage and a dent on his front right. Paul Sitter, Chase Briscoe.
Larson was definitely involved, right?
So at the front, we see Logano getting stacked up with Ryan Blaney. That causes everyone to get decked up on the outside. Ooh, and that everyone was checked up. Logano was checked up with Blaney, and that causes everyone else right behind, who I believe, Briscoe, to get checked up. Chastain involved. Kyle Busch. Hélio Castroneves. Jimmy Johnson. We see that Rowdy was in the picture. So everyone getting stacked up right behind up. Pushes Castroneves right by, and Chastain gets into Castroneves. John Hunter Nemechek. Cody Ware also involved. Justin Allgaier in the 40. Riley Herbst. Martin Truex Jr. was checked up in a heavy crash in lap number 71. So this is the second caution for a crash. This is caution number 5 officially. And Castroneves checked up right by Michael McDowell. Keselowski as well. Kyle Busch restarted at the back under penalty. He too was involved in this lap 71 crash. And more bad luck for a driver that's already had his fair share of bad luck to start off last season. He did not have a single win last year and missed the playoffs for the first time since 2012. The first car involved was Chastain. In the number 1 car, as everyone gets stacked up right behind Logano, as there were problems coming in from Logano on that outside. Castroneves too. The big storyline was whether or not he was going to join Mario Andretti and AJ Foyt in winning the Daytona 500 and the Indy 500. Turns out that's not going to happen anymore.
Wallace, the one that's racing Wallace, is not Rusty Wallace, is it? It's his child, right?
No, Rusty Wallace is dead, isn't he?
No, he's still alive.
Oh. No, Darrell Wallace is not Rusty Wallace's kid.
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's not. They're not related.
Alright. My husband was just asking. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, Rusty Wallace is still alive.
If I'm not wrong, Darrell Wallace is the first black driver in NASCAR. Am I not wrong?
Wendell Scott came before him.
Oh, no, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Darrell, or should I say Bubba Wallace, is the only full-time black/African American driver in NASCAR's free national series. Each year he has competed in them.
And of course, there was the whole controversy over the noose a few years ago. I'm sure you remember that.
Man, that's just to make him look bad.
No, for sure, and I 100% agree. I like Wallace. Honestly, if he had a better car and if he was with a better team, he'd be one of the top 3 or 4 in NASCAR, hands down.
So at the time of the caution, your top 10 is as follows: Alex Bowman, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, and Daniel Suarez. That's your top 10. As you get a look to sort out how many cars were involved in the lap 71 crash. Logano's headed to pit road for adjustments to his car. There was a problem. There were problems on the hood of his car as he is off to pit road. So he is getting an extensive look at the front.
So we're under caution for how many laps do you think?
At least 5 laps or so, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. So, Alec, I don't know how closely do you follow the Premier League?
So.
Who is your team?
If I had to choose, it's Tottenham Hotspur.
Wrong answer. You were supposed to say Arsenal. Anyways, who do you think is going to win the title this year?
Tough question for me if you want my answer, but if you're talking about the Premier League title, going to check the Premier League right now. I apologize if this is taking a little longer for me to look it up, but Premier League. Right, the table. All right. If you want my I think it's a huge toss-up, but I think it's going to be Liverpool.
Yeah, that's what I thought you might say. No, I agree. They've got Mo Salah, the greatest player in the world. He's my, I don't know if you play Fantasy Premier League, but he's my captain, and he scored me only 14 points this week, which was kind of bullshit and disappointing, but when he was my triple captain next week, he scored me like 90 points, so that was awesome. But I'm an Arsenal fan. I love Declan Rice. I love our manager. I love our entire team. The problem is we don't have a good striker. We decided to go for Raheem Sterling instead of trying to invest in a good striker. We went for Sterling. We already have enough midfielders. We don't need any more of them. And that's Arsenal's big issue right now is we don't have a striker.
Right, so officially in that lap 71 crash, 10 cars are involved. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Riley Herbst, Justin Allgaier, John Hunter Nemechek, Cody Ware, Martin Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson, and Hélio Castroneves. So Kyle Larson, you're off the hook.
Who's Riley Herbst? I've never heard of him before.
Well, he was all right as an Xfinity Series driver for Stewart Haas Racing. He drove the number 98. But Herbst, he's a rookie for 2311 Racing. So now, at lap number 75, it's Ryan Blaney leading. Chris Buescher, Daniel Suarez, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, Noah Gragson, Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, and Carson Hocevar. Logano had problems with his hood. So yeah, the whole stack up was because Logano had problems with his hood. It has since been repaired. We wonder how many more laps he can run here. But you wonder how many laps down he is going to be after an extensive repair. He is officially listed as down one lap as we're on lap number 76, and they're all on the choose roll for which lane they're going to go with. We're going to come back under green at lap number 77. This venue looks amazing when in the night skies. Caution happened because of the problems with Logano. However, that should not be a concern anymore. The World Center of Racing here at Daytona International Speedway. Daytona Beach, Florida. On the Atlantic coast. Right by the junction of... Yeah, the nostalgia of it all, of course, brings you a lot of memories at Daytona. Off of International Speedway Boulevard, just a few miles from Interstate 95. So, they all picked their lanes. Going to get set to green in just a moment. Blaney at the front. He has picked the drivers outside. Cindric drivers inside. That's your front row. Chris Buescher drivers outside on row number 2. So
Blaney and Cindric are the 1-2?
Yeah.
Are there any Canadians racing?
Sadly, no.
Yeah, Benty, Michael Petchko. All right.
Yeah, so Logano is one lap down after extensive repairs. Pace car is off. Green flag is up. Gas pellets are down. We're back underway here. Let's get rocking and rolling. Whitey and Cindric, teammates at Penske, leading the field to green.
Let's go. Is Larson back in?
He is. And Blaney's getting a good push from Buescher on the outside. 4 Fords leading this pack. 2 of them from Penske. That's the 12 of Blaney, the 2 of Cindric. And then right behind him are the 2 RFK Fords. The 17 of Buescher on the outside. And the 60 of Preece on the inside. And
who's the highest Toyota currently?
Right now, the highest Toyota is the 23 of Bubba Wallace.
Yes, sir. Let's go. That's what I picked in my fantasy. Let's go.
Cindric to the front. Good push on the inside from Preece to get him to lead on lap number 78. At the front of this field. You want to wonder how much they're going to lead here. Penske has led the most laps here in this race between Logano, Blaney, and now Cindric. The inside is getting a big advantage. Daniel Suarez is in that middle lane. Friends with Ryan Blaney, they were together in an Xfinity Series broadcast with Adam Alexander at Talladega. Yeah, Adam Alexander now with a TNT broadcast with Steve Letarte and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Talladega, boys raised up, whiskey in your glass. You know that song. I hope you know that song.
Cindric still leading at lap 79. There are several cars that are off pace Still holding it inside. Ryan Preece jumps to the outside, looking to take this lead away from Cindric. Cindric does not have a good push from Gragson, but Preece has a good one from his teammate Chris Buescher. And Preece is up front. Two Roush cars working together. Chase Elliott in the mix with those Roush cars as well, even though he's a Hendrick driver. And right behind Chase is Todd Gilliland in the 34. His father David won the pole at Daytona in 2007. Cindric forced out to the middle. Noah Gragson wants to get his way up. 13 Xfinity Series wins, lap number 80. So 10 cars in that lap 71 crash. Logano was one of them. Logano was not one of those involved, but hood problems have caused him to get stacked with everyone. So the 22 did not go. Problems on his hood. Oh, it's a tight battle for first. Gragson by a bit. Preece still holds it, but it's still tight for the lead. It's Gragson for the moment. On the inside, Michael McDowell in the 71 up to 5th place. First ride with Spire. Preece, the outside line is moving. 10 rows deep. We're all free wide here. Look at this. At lap 81, we're not sure who has the lead right now. Right at this current moment, it is Preece, but Gragson's fighting back. His epic battle free wide for the lead. This is overwhelming. Cindric's not going down without a fight. Preece is losing momentum. The outside is falling back. Now gets back up. Now that outside line is developing some more. And Preece with an advantage. Gragson not going down here on this inside. Cindric falls back on that middle. The inside as well of a push. Noah Gragson, first ride with Front Row Motorsports, driving to number 4. Brought his entire crew from Stewart Haas onto it. Free wide at lap 82. We're not sure who led it. I believe it's Cindric. NASCAR will check. Every lap is reviewable. See, and Joey Logano is in danger of being lapped. He is already a lap down as a result of problems on the hood of his car. Preece up front. Gragson wanting to manage as well. He's getting up front. Gragson as the leader. For a moment, Preece has something to say about it. Cindric as well. All of this racing is just getting my eyes all dizzied up. We're not sure which lane has a clear and distinct advantage because they all look so evenly matched. And we have another caution. The question was, who was the leader? And the caution is for debris. And Joey Logano will be the beneficiary of this caution flag. The caution's out for debris as Martin Truex Jr. has checked out the infield care center. He was involved in the lap 71 wreck. Nobody has crashed. It's just debris. So it was fun while it lasted, said Truex. Dev wrote Cindric was the leader under caution. After him are Preece, Gragson, Buescher, McDowell, Reddick, Elliott, Blaney, Bowman, and Gilliland. Daniel Suarez, 11th.
Where's Larson?
So at the lap 83 caution for debris, Kyle Larson is back at 22nd.
Is he on the lead lap?
He is. So now, Logano is the lucky dog here. He will be the beneficiary of this caution as they look to clean up the debris on this track. Get that out of the way. So this is caution number 6. So Logano going at lucky dog speed, catching up to this pack. And then I would believe that they'll go on for fuel, I think, at pit road. So 84 laps down here in this Daytona 500. Alex Bowman was actually in 10th place. Todd Gilliland was ahead of Bowman at the time. So it's 7:28 p.m. Eastern Time. The race was originally starting at 2:08 Eastern Time in the afternoon. But then a heavy rain delay has caused this Daytona 500 to get pushed way back. And in between, I did have some dinner. So as to save my bacon, pit road is now open. You know, Bojangles always hits.
I wish we had Bojangles in Canada.
And here's Logano as he makes his way around this pack because he is the lucky dog. And as the lucky dog, you are allowed to go past the pace car. It is going to be chaotic here on pit road as they all come down. That includes Buescher, who is at the first pit stall. Only fuel here. Noah Gragson, careful. He almost got into John Hunter Nemechek. It's a very crowded spot here on pit road as Ryan Preece also gets onto pit road for fuel. Same with Cindric, much like everyone else. Chase Briscoe too, the pole sitter. So Cindric still out there. Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott. So Kyle Busch's rough night continues onward as he had to back off and he got stacked up on that crash on lap number 71. And Rowdy is having himself a rough go. AJ Allmendinger will not continue in this race. Kyle Busch sitting at 18th. So he still has a shot. And Joey Logano is getting even more repairs on the hood. So the lucky dog position probably not for much longer because the problems on the hood continue onwards. So as of right now, we did the update leaders. Austin Cindric, once again. Bubba Wallace, Ryan Preece, Michael McDowell. That's the top 4. To get the top 10 updated here right now, everyone else is the cars that have not pitted yet are coming onto pit road now. That includes the pack that's led by Bubba.
Is Wallace still the highest Toyota?
He's going to see that right now as he went onto pit road. Jimmy Johnson gets fuel. Shane Van Gisbergen too. Well, actually not fuel for SVG. He's getting added repairs to the front of his car after he was involved in the lap 71 crash. Kyle Busch, fuel. So it's Cindric, Gragson, Elliott, Preece.
Where's Jen?
She's still around here, just on mute. Ryan Blaney now at 4th place. As Preece, he actually gets up to 4th place on this. So, Austin said,
Larson! Let's go, Larson!
So, Cindric, Gragson, Elliott, Preece, Blaney. Ross Chastain's just checked out from the infield care center. Bowman, McDowell, Suarez, Buescher, and Reddick. Your top 10 so far at lap number 86. 45 laps left in stage 2. Larson at 17th. Suarez 8th. Elliott 3rd among our drivers. Oof. Friendly fire right after the stack up at lap 71 in which Chastain was involved, but Logano's technical issues have caused all of this to happen. Change of velocity as Chastain was part of that stack up. As the pace car goes off, Cindric drivers inside, Elliott drivers outside. Green flag is up and the gas pedals are down. Let's get rocking and rolling. Cindric leads the way inside. The debris has been cleaned up and everything has been resolved. Back on the way here in the 67th Daytona 500. The third line is forming upstairs. Bubba Wallace with an excellent restart as he gets to the back of Cole Custer on the outside. And they're picking up that dirty air. The outside line is forming. Todd Gilliland decides to give the outside a go. Michael McDowell, his former teammate, does so as well. Moves right next to Daniel Suarez. Already free wide all over the place in the fourth row and beyond. To now, Elliott and Cindric side by side. The battle as McDowell is making his way. Elliott leads by a fender at lap 88, but Cindric quickly fights back. McDowell into the picture. Cindric still up front. It's free wide all over the place, but the outside with a heavy advantage. McDowell, 6-time pole sitter last year, 5 of them in super speedways. Now it's McDowell getting the lead. Dominant in super speedways, has best showing in super speedways last year's Elliott. For a lead for a brief moment before it's taken back by Cindric. Cindric won at St. Louis last year to break the winless streak. Elliott also broke his winless streak as Cindric is in front trying to figure out which lane to block. Logano is the lucky dog, lap 89, as Cindric is in front of Elliott. Logano makes his way back up. He was the lucky dog who got that position last time around. But now he's on the lead lap after some repairs. Cindric inside lane. McDowell outside lane. Pushed by Gragson. Michael McDowell takes the lead away for a split second, but back up to Cindric. Heavy push from that inside, force working together. As Cindric wants to figure out which lane he wants to block off. Once again, be careful not to go way out to front because that will be a dangerous spot. 41 laps to go as Cindric shifts to the middle. Does that give the advantage to Noah Gragson? Now he goes down low again. Initially thought about going towards the middle as Johnson is at the back of this pack. Currently, Logano is sitting at 30th. He led 43 laps before mechanical issues got the best of him in lap 71, which caused that stack up.
Yep, that boat better. Oh my god.
Now he is back on the lead lap. Cindric once again holding that inside line. That's where he's most comfortable at, and he wants to keep that momentum going with him. He did a spectacular 4-wide pass at Atlanta last year in the spring race. Lap 91. 40 laps to go in stage 2. McDowell once again with the test on Cindric as Cindric moves to the middle. McDowell put on a good showing at Talladega in the spring. Wanted to block off Brad Keselowski in the closing laps and Tyler Reddick. Side by side are McDowell and Cindric. Thought there was a caution, but no. Thought there were some lights blurring. Those were not caution lights. Cindric through the middle. McDowell once again in front with the push from Gilliland, former teammates at front row. Side by side as they battle for this lead. Gragson sneaking up, but he's falling off. He's trying to get Ryan Preece up with him. He is losing momentum. Lap 92. Question now about Gragson. He and Preece are working together. Bowman is directly right behind Preece. in this pack as Cindric is back up front. McDowell is right behind on the high side. McDowell back again as he looks to clear Cindric and can't do so. And here comes Gragson from the inside line. Big push on the inside as he is testing Cindric. Now it's a Cindric versus Gragson showdown. Cindric has it by a little bit of a by half a car length. Lap number 93. McDowell still up there on the driver's outside. On these turns, this is where McDowell was at his best. Turns 1 and 2. Yet on the back stretch and at the front stretch is where Cindric and Gragson are at their strongest. And Gragson isn't showing the same strength on the straightaways either, as well. But he is strongest one on the turns. Like on this instance, Cindric leads. However, Gragson takes that away. Doesn't clear him. But Priest is doing a good job pushing Gragson to the front. Just be careful not to get too much of a bump. Cindric up front again. Lap 94. Once again, turn 1 where McDowell is strongest. Back up here with it. In this trial oval. Through 1 and 2. Side by side, McDowell and Cindric. Oh, Elliott got way too close to Gilliland. Way too close for comfort. That did not look any bit comfortable there because that was so close to Gilliland that these two... Whew. And at lap number 94, Gragson's fighting back at turns 3 and 4. It's the area where he is strongest. As we enter lap number 95, Michael McDowell leads this pack at the front of this field. Cindric fighting back through the inside, or the middle rather. Or actually it's Gragson on the outside. The inside, I'm all confusing spots all over the place. Come on, me.
Hey, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I gotta reset my phone.
No worries. Oh, Gragson almost went below the yellow apron. But still, no movement from this pack in a while. Right now, it's about strategizing. Who is going to make what move? Because these drivers are desperate for positioning. Where are they going to go? But what to do later in this race? Could there be an opening on that inside? McDowell, Gragson, Cindric at the front. So far, it's Gragson on lap number 96. So it's 3 Fords and a Chevy at the front 4 positions. Todd Gilliland in the 34. McDowell is the lone Chevy in the top 4. Logano, who had the free pass previously. Todd Gilliland is entering the picture. Gragson, the leader. He is at the front of the field. And now Ryan Preece. It is Preece in the number 60. Holding the inside line as Gragson, he moved to the outside. Cindric to the middle. Or he is holding that line. He holds them up by a fender. These 3 were fighting for the lead before the caution came out. McDowell falls back a little. Cindric. And now Preece. It's back and forth here at Daytona. It's so close to call who is leading who. The inside's losing momentum. So now this leads a showdown between Cindric and Gragson. Cindric has the lead for the moment. But here's Preece fighting back on the inside. Big push on that inside. Preece clears Cindric. And he moves to the middle to block him. And now going to the top. Masterful driving from Ryan Preece in his first race for RFK. Lap 98. Alex Bowman, the 4th driver of Hendrick Motorsports. In the picture, he is on the driver's inside. McDowell is stacked up on the outside, right behind Gilliland. The Preece with an excellent jump bump. Bowman. Does he get a push back on this inside? Preece to the middle. As he blocks Cindric. Here comes Bowman. Down low. as he goes side by side with Priest. What thriller we're bringing here at Daytona as Bowman's testing Priest. Bowman backs off a little as Priest holds the middle zone. Lap 99. It's 32 to go here in stage 2. Priest has been one of the strongest drivers here at Daytona. Now he's in new equipment and a new team. Once again, testing Priest's Bowman. Corey LaJoie into the picture. He is at 10th. Priest holds that middle as he is blocking off Cindric. A little shake, but nothing more, as it's Priest and Cindric separate for the rest of this pack. Not before Bowman once again gets that push from right behind by Chris Buescher, Priest's teammate at RFK. Now, at the halfway point Daytona, at lap number 100, 31 to go in stage 2. The Priest is holding his own at the middle, with Cindric directly right behind him. Lap car is up ahead. Does that car move out the way so as to give way to the leaders? And going down low is who I believe is Shane Van Gisbergen to make way for the leaders. So it's a good experience for Priest. Get up front, but here is Bowman through the middle. Alex Bowman, post sitter in 2023, wants to test for that Daytona 500 victory as he finished second to William Byron last year. Priest back up front. Lap 101. Gragson now on the driver's outside testing Priest. Bowman right up front as well. Since the restart, Joey Logano gained 17 positions, Corey LaJoie 11, Cole Custer and Chris Buescher each gained 5 positions since the last restart. Gragson and Bowman jumping Priest up ahead as they all fight for the lead. Michael McDowell as well. So as you go through the Toyota cars, as far as through the throttle through the Toyotas. So the blue arrows go through the hood as you get a block and a shift of the lanes from middle to outside. As Priest is blocking off Gragson. Can't go ahead of Cindric on the jump because Cindric is right there, right on him. Bowman holding the inside. Does he take the lead away from Priest? Not right now, but Logano is fighting back. Alex Bowman back to the lead. Logano's fighting back. He's up to 16th. After mechanical issues have plagued him, he's having himself a solid run as Bowman falls back to third, with Priest and Cindric catching up. Cindric the leader, but Bowman's fighting back. Bowman can't clear right now. He's thinking about it, but backtracked because he is not clear Cindric. Chris Buescher working with Bowman. Cindric wants to get Bowman a little shove as the lead goes to Bowman at lap 103. Priest back up top. He is on the outside. The middle controlled by Cindric. Bowman controlling the inside. Bowman back up. How tight is this? Alex Bowman having the race of his life right now. He has something to show because he thought he got robbed of a Daytona 500 victory last year. The 48 trying to take the lead away again. He'll do so again from that inside. Not there, but he is ahead by a car length on Cindric. They're all side by side. Bowman strong on these corners. Cindric stronger on the straightaways. Cindric, the leader right now. And officially at lap 104, it's Bowman. He finished second to Byron last year, broke his the winless streak at the Chicago Street Course race. Both Chicago Street races being highlighted by rain. Bowman with 8 starts and the Daytona 500, his best finish second last year. Bowman doing a good job of holding that inside, but Cindric trying to get back up ahead. Winner of duel number 2. Staying with you here, Ryan Blaney wanting to make up ground. Priest is falling behind on the outside. It is losing momentum. Christopher Bell making up ground through that inside. As Cindric leads Now it's Bowman at lap number 105. These two are battling it out at the front of the pack. Elliott makes his way up ahead as he is battling Priest for third place. It's a Bowman and Cindric at the front for second. Chase Briscoe to 22nd. And once again, it's free wide between Bowman, Cindric, and Priest for the lead. Non-stop action. We're not sure who is going to have the advantage here. Who shifts lanes? What's the strategy throughout? There's no opening as Priest sagging a little behind that outside lane. A little sluggish. Bowman at lap 106, leader. Logano up to 16th after mechanical issues. Now he makes his way up to 15th. Austin Cindric now ahead by a fender. Bowman quickly takes it back. Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott in the mix now as they're directly behind. Priest falls back. Just a little more. Now Cindric with a big push up through that middle. How about this for a change of scenery? Cindric can't block Bowman. Still Bowman's in the picture of a push on the inside, but it's Austin Cindric. Now the new leader up in the middle. Chris Buescher now in the fray. Chase Elliott right behind Cindric. Cindric staying with that middle line. Lap 107 as Bowman trying to push back. Trying to block off Cindric. And Cindric wants to block off Bowman. Decides not to do so now. Brad Keselowski, who was second in stage 1, he is in the middle of the pack. Three wide, up, and up, down, high, low, everywhere. Allmendinger is no longer competing as Cindric's through this middle. Leading this pack and doing so very well. It's been Penske leading the way throughout this race for the majority of the time. So the clear lead has been established. It is Cindric as Elliott wants to move ahead of his teammate Bowman. Not clear of him yet. Lap 108. Alex Bowman fighting back on the inside. The inside's not done yet. Let's go up front. Take you back onto the on-track action. Daytona 500 getting delayed because of rain. Saw a 10-car crash on lap 71 that took out Ross Chastain, Cindric, then Elliott, Ryan Blaney as well through the middle. Daniel Suarez, 2. Priest falls to 9th. Cindric is the current leader, 13 leaders, 28 lead changes, 34 cars on the lead lap. Joey Logano, stage 1 winner, made his way up to as high as 15th, currently 18th. Cindric, Elliott, Blaney, Suarez up for the middle. That middle line establishing clear momentum. It is that middle that is having the biggest edge so far. So you've got a clear domination here at this current moment. That the middle is having the strongest push. And Logano going up 18 positions since the restart. He was the lucky dog winner. Corey LaJoie up 11 positions. Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski up 3 positions. Lap 110. 21 laps to go in stage 2. Bowman not out of it yet as he is holding the inside line. But there's Elliott, Blaney that he has to catch up first before he can get to Cindric. Logano's on that inside line right next to Denny Hamlin. 3-time champion Logano is up to 14th. Hamlin, a 3-time champion of the 500, getting by Kyle Larson as Hamlin is using William Byron right behind him. Now Suarez battling Bowman for 4th. Single file among the front 3. Lap 110. So Shane Van Gisbergen is now 3 laps down. Daniel Suarez started 38th. 20 laps to go in stage 2. Suarez is now 5th after starting 38th. What a remarkable comeback it is for Suarez after he was involved in an accident at Duel 2. Suarez battling Buescher now, but that middle lane, of course, having the best day so far, the best night so far. Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, the front three. The middle line, as they're all free wide throughout this track. Christopher Bell started 20th. The lowest position he was at was 32nd. He's at 8th right now. Now with 19 laps to go in stage 2. The front two having the advantage, Cindric and Elliott. Cindric has led 22 of the 111 laps of this race. Lap car up ahead is Shane Van Gisbergen. He'll be 4 laps down. They go around. As they make their way around SVG. And they're sort of accordioning at the far side as a result. And jam-packed to move around SVG. Now Bowman moves up. The inside now having a better push this time around. After the middle, it looked like they got the better edge. Bowman now catching up to Cindric. Can't get the lead here. 18 to go in this stage. It is Cindric followed by Bowman. Elliott, Buescher, Blaney, Bell, Suarez, LaJoie, Reddick, and Austin Dillon. Now Kyle Larson up to 10th place. Not really a clear outside line forming here, but there's a partial outside line here at Daytona. Cindric and Elliott using each other as a stack set so as to push each other using the dirty air. The Cindric, second youngest Daytona 500 winner. That was in 2022. That was the first race in the next-gen car. 17 laps to go in stage 2. Chase Elliott moves back up. The Cindric got his first win in his 8th career Cup Series start. Blaney with a good push. Todd Gilliland is backed all the way up. Not a good push from that outside line. And 17 laps to go here in the Daytona 500. It's Cindric is with Elliott, and right behind Elliott is Alex Bowman, his teammate at Hendrick Motorsports. Getting in on board here. And now that yesterday is out of the way, we do have an announcement to make as we are 16 laps to go here in Daytona. It is said today that Matthew Tkachuk will sit out of tomorrow's game because of an injury. He was noticeably limping and missed the final 12:36 of the game.
All right. Well, hopefully he gets better in time for the championship game.
That's my hope as well. Anyways, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. There's, except for some college basketball games early on in the day, there's really not much that interested me because I don't know the ins and outs of NASCAR.
Well, just to start off, this is the biggest stock car racing event of the year, the Daytona 500. Many have called this the Super Bowl of stock car racing. Oh, a stack up. Kyle Busch keeps his car afloat. Alex Bowman at the lead. He and Austin Cindric battling for the lead. It looked like Cindric had the edge for a long time. Cindric still maintains it. So here at Daytona, it is a drafting race. And you will see pack racing all throughout with cars stacked up one on top of another. Bowman is the leader. And you will see two wide for most of the race. 3 wide here as Cindric jumps to the outside, sticking with Chase Elliott. 14 laps to go. And when people associate NASCAR with anyone, they will think of Chase Elliott. They will think of Kyle Larson. Some of the best drivers in the motorsport. William Byron, and to add on to that, in fact, Byron is the defending Daytona 500 winner. Cindric back up to the front as he is getting a big push from Elliott. They have to be careful not to get way too far ahead of the pack, but Ryan Blaney's coming with them. And Daniel Suarez too. Alex Bowman holding that inside line. Blaney up to second as he is trying to get himself back. Suarez there too, 13 to go. Elliott is at third place. Outside line is what Cindric is sticking to. They want to get around the lap car that is ahead. Well, actually, there's no lap car. Cindric maintaining his lead, driving a discount tire number 2. The Speedway Classic is on August 2nd. That's an MLB game that is going to be at Bristol Motor Speedway between the Atlanta Braves and the Cincinnati Reds at Bristol Motor Speedway. The Speedway Classic. This is an interesting concept. Zane Smith is back in the race, 50 laps down. So Ryan Blaney made a move towards the inside past Chase Elliott as he went up the racetrack and juked out Elliott with 12 laps to go. They're approaching Smith as Elliott wants to do the same move to Blaney. Ty Gibbs jumping Daniel Suarez. That middle line developing, but the outside line is where it's strongest. Smith back in the picture. However, he is multiple laps down. Cindric, then Blaney, then Elliott. This is where Cindric is most comfortable with because that's his teammate that jumped up to second as Blaney made a huge move right around Elliott. Jumped out the outside, used the inside, and then got back into the picture, moved up to second. 11 laps to go in stage 2. And I'll say, many consider Blaney as the best super speedway driver right now. He is among the elite of this core. Championship 4 contender last year. Bowman gets to the middle of the pack. Using the middle line. Outside line, getting a strong push. Joey Logano pushing Denny Hamlin as Logano jumps to the inside. Hamlin with Bubba Wallace with him. Cindric still maintained the lead. It is Cindric, Blaney, Chase Elliott, Todd Gilliland, Riley Herbst, Eric Jones, Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman. Now Justin Allgaier 8th, Bowman, and then Bubba Wallace, the top 10. Wallace up to 9th. So, Joey Logano had issues on his hood, the mechanical issues. He had extensive mechanical repairs, and being the beneficiary of the Lucky Dog position, he is back on the lead lap. Do we have pit entries here? Doesn't look like it as Christopher Bell wants to move around. That inside line doesn't look like much. Bowman holds that inside. They're all over the place here at Daytona. And Joey Logano moves down low, trying to get to the middle. Position himself behind Buescher at 12th place. Coming back, it'll be 9 laps to go. Cindric still leading, and Bubba Wallace side by side with Justin Allgaier. Bowman up there as well. Inside, at the inside line, at the advantage, Chris Buescher and Alex Bowman move to the inside. So does Logano. That shuffles LaJoy out to the inside. Kyle Larson also on the inside as well. The outside line, of course, with a very noticeable push. They're all committed to one another as they round turn 3. And the confidence showing about maneuvering these stock car vehicles. Riley Herbst, one of the top performers for Toyota. He's at 5th. 8 laps to go. Eric Jones sitting at 6th. He is second among Toyotas. Ty Gibbs, 13th. Bubba Wallace, 14th. Herbst, a rookie in the NASCAR Cup Series. His first full-time season, signed a deal with 2311 Racing in the number 35 car. Every single one of the numbers in 2311 Racing are all references to Michael Jordan. The 23, his jersey number is iconic with the Chicago Bulls. 45, comeback Jordan. 35, when he played a minor league baseball. Herb started 32nd. He is up to 5th. And here's Bowman. He takes the lead away from Cindric. Inside line formed very nicely, and they're trying to steal this race. Alex Bowman to the lead with 7 laps to go. They want to get back into position as they get the inside right up to par. Cindric, does he have a pushback? And what does Ryan Blaney do? So Logano now up to 6th place after mechanical issues caused him to stack up. And earlier in this race, Ian, we had a 10-car crash. That was because of Logano's mechanical problems. It took out 10 cars out of the equation, including Ross Chastain. Cindric with a pushback. He leads with 6 laps to go in stage 1, or stage 2 rather. Logano was 34th at lap 84 because of the mechanical issues. In these last 40 laps, he has fought his way back up to 6th place. He is the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion, working his way with William Byron, who is 14th, the defending Daytona 500 champion. Cindric, some help from that middle lane. Back up to the lead. Help from Ryan Blaney. Does Blaney pull off a crossover move so as to... Can't do it right now, as Cindric is up ahead. Cindric at first, Blaney second, Logano 6 among the Penske cars. 5 to go in stage 2. It is down to between Cindric and Bowman unless anything else happens. Don't forget the possibility of the big one. In the lap 71 crash, it took out 10 cars. Those were Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Riley Herbst, Justin Allgaier, John Hunter Nemechek, Cody Ware, Martin Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson, and Hélio Castroneves. Cindric with Blaney as they rocket their way to the top 2 positions. Cindric battling with Bowman for 2nd place here in the Daytona 500. Logano's up to 7th after the mechanical issues. 4 laps to go in stage 2. Bubba Wallace, lowest spot was 29th. Currently is 9th place. He led for some parts of this race just before the rain came along. But now that the rain has gone away, this should be interesting how the rest of this Daytona 500 goes. And so far, the Penske success since May 2023. They won the Indy 500 and the NASCAR Cup Series Championship. Rolex 24 last year, and the Indy 500. IMSA GTP last year, WC Drivers Championship last year, NASCAR Cup Series Championship as well, and now they're in a position where they can realistically win stage 2 of the Daytona 500. 3 laps to go in stage 2. Cindric and Blaney at the front. Logano at 7th. Those are where your Penske cars are at. Alex Bowman sitting at 3rd. He is with Chase Elliott, as Elliott is also in the mix. Bowman has been the best performing Hendrick car so far. A pleasant surprise, knowing that it would usually be William Byron being the highest performing Hendrick car in super speedways. But Bowman's having himself a great effort. Here he is, going up to Cindric. Big push from Buescher. Ryan Preece tested that front of the pack early. Cindric has led 35 of 127 laps officially. Bowman's up to 2nd. And with 2 laps to go, we'll have to see how stage 2 ends up. Stage 1 ended under caution. Denny Hamlin lost control of his car, in which he scraped the track, regained control. Zane Smith also on that crash. He is multiple laps down. Cindric and Josh Berry were innocent bystanders in that lap 63 he spun from Hamlin. Penske has led 85 laps so far. Hendrick 21. JGR 4. That's Joe Gibbs Racing. Cindric 2. Blaney 12. Bowman 48. Those are your top 3 cars at the front of this field as they round turn 4 and onto the tri-oval as they are going to the final lap of stage number 2. Cindric and Blaney, top 2. The final stage. Does Cindric hold on? There is a lap car ahead here in this pack. Cindric and Blaney control that outside. Bowman with a pushback from the inside. Alex Bowman, what a performance he's having in stage number 2. Outside and inside. The outside line is forming. But so far it's been the middle line that's at its best. Cindric and Blaney rocket their way over to the front. We'll see who gets over to the line as they round turns 3 and 4. Cindric way ahead of this pack. He goes to the inside. Does that give the advantage to Ryan Blaney? Side by side as they are going to the green and checkered flags. It's Blaney. He takes stage 2. Cindric got too far out ahead of this pack, and it cost him a stage 2 victory. Ryan Blaney is the winner of stage 2. So, we're now at the break-in. So, tomorrow, it's down to between Canada, Finland, and Sweden for a spot in the Four Nations Championship. USA is a designated home team for the Four Nations Championship. Which team do you believe USA will face?
The popular answer would be Canada, obviously, but you know what? For some reason, the Finns have been sticking around through sudden death. I think Finland.
Don't count Finland out. They did push Sweden to overtime, and they got a huge overtime victory over them. 4-3 thanks to Michael Granlund. They were evenly matched. And they mostly canceled each other out. Finland's resolve and their heart, their passion, they could be a realistic choice. There's also something that tells me that Sweden's a little upset about their outcomes against Canada and Finland. And something tells me they may be upset about this one. And given the fact that Matthew Tkachuk is going to sit out of tomorrow's game, I think they could make a statement against the USA. But I think, my opinion is that USA finishes the round robin with wins in all 3 of their games. So, what I'm going to list here are the clinching scenarios. So, or actually I'll get to that in just a moment as they list off the top 10. So the top 10. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, Todd Gilliland, Chris Buescher, Eric Jones, Bubba Wallace, Joey Logano, and Kyle Busch. That's your top 10 of stage 2. Following them are Riley Herbst, Kyle Larson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Preece, William Byron, Ty Gibbs, John Hunter Nemechek, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, and Brad Keselowski for 11th through 20th. Noah Gragson, Corey LaJoie, Daniel Suarez, Austin Dillon, Chase Briscoe, Justin Allgaier, Carson Hostevar, Justin Haley, Michael McDowell, Tyler Reddick, 21st through 30th. Cole Custer, Cody Ware, Ty Dillon, Jimmy Johnson to round out the cars on the lead lap. Shane Van Gisbergen is still out there on the track. He is 6 laps down. Zane Smith is back on the track, 51 laps down. Josh Berry, Martin Truex Jr., Hélio Castroneves, Ross Chastain, and A.J. Allmendinger, their days are done. So, to list off quenching scenarios once again. Alright, so here they are. Since you predicted Finland, Ian, what they have to do is that they would either need to defeat Canada in regulation or defeat them in an overtime or shootout, and any result of USA's game with Sweden does not end in a regulation win by Sweden. For Canada, they'll clinch a spot if they beat Finland in regulation, or if they beat Finland in either overtime or shootout, and any result of USA-Sweden does not end in a regulation win by Sweden. For Sweden, they'll have to beat the USA in regulation, and the game between Canada and Finland is decided in overtime or in a shootout. So now, Logano's team is hard at work the mechanical problems being something of note. So Logano's car is back on the pit road. They're getting his hood repaired. So at lap 133, Logano's car is being repaired. Right now, 18 stage points for Ryan Blaney, 13 for Logano, Bowman with 11, Cindric with 9, Keselowski 9, Elliott 8, Stenhouse 7, Gilliland 6, Bell 6, Jones 6. This is Blaney's 4th career stage win in the Daytona 500, the most among all drivers. Now all the cars are headed over to pit road for tire changes and fuel. This final stage is 70 laps. The final pit stops, I would believe, will be around the lap 170 range. So they're highlighting Buescher, who was at the last pit stall, Cindric on the second pit stall for the front, Chase Elliott at pit stall number 5, and Blaney's pit stall is the closest to the garage between all these 4 pit stalls. Ahead of Blaney, he is ahead of Ty Dillon's pit stall, which is the closest pit stall from the trucks and the garage. Chase Briscoe beating out Corey LaJoie, Justin Allgaier. Yeah, Blaney by a car length, beating Cindric to the line, clean stage 2. So, of note, I did mention to Owen, who was here beforehand, I did mention that I will be visiting family right after the Four Nations Championship game. The first cast I'll have back here from visiting family is the trade deadline show, which I will cast for 6 hours non-stop, 9 in the morning Eastern Time to 3 in the afternoon Eastern Time, because 3 in the afternoon Eastern Time, that's when the trade deadline is. This is on March 7th. Then after that, March 8th, the Los Angeles Lakers and Boston Celtics, Luka Doncic in a Lakers uniform. I want to get a glimpse of him as well. And then to round it out, I want to circle this day on my calendar because because by that point, on March the 27th, it is opening day in the MLB. The Dodgers and the Tigers. That's going to be a fun one. The one question what was it, Ian?
Oh, nothing. Sorry. What was your question?
Yeah, the one question I have is that when I think back to reunions between a team and going to another team, a player going to another team, reuniting with the team that he won a championship with on opening night, I think of when Jack Johnson, he signed with the Blackhawks, and then he watched the banner raising with his Avalanche teammates from the previous season. Johnson was a member of the Avalanche team that won the Stanley Cup in 2022, signed with the Blackhawks in the offseason, nonetheless joined them, and a nice gesture by the Avalanche as they invited him to watch the banner raising ceremony with him. So, the same question is, for the Dodgers banner night, do they invite Jack Flaherty to their banner night? Interesting question to ponder.
Well, to answer your question, Jack Flaherty is going to get rewards and accommodations and all that. As for if he'll be there for a banner night, I don't know. Maybe.
It would be a nice gesture nonetheless.
That it would.
So we have one more stage to go. The leaders now: Blaney, Wallace, Cindric, Kyle Busch, Cole Custer, Justin Haley, being the front 6 of this pack. Jimmy Johnson went to the pits. So, Ryan Blaney, who I predicted would win the Daytona 500, he is the leader right now. He won stage 2. And I think it's a good prediction knowing that Blaney right now has established himself as the best super speedway driver right now. So to recap, we have green flag for 11 laps. Then there is rain. And then and during that rain stoppage, it was a nearly 3.5 hour rain delay for this race to resume. I had to split the stream into 2 separate parts. A 4-car crash on lap 63 involving Denny Hamlin and Zane Smith. Hamlin will return to the race. Smith was not so lucky. Joey Logano won stage 1, but mechanical problems from Logano caused the field to stack up, and it collected 10 cars in a crash that took out Ross Chastain. So, Blaney is the winner. Logano drops all the way back to 34th after extensive repairs onto his car. So the top 10, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, Eric Jones, and William Byron. And it looks like Logano is having himself the unluckiest day out of any driver. So, the initial start time was supposed to be 2:30 in the afternoon, Eastern Time. It was moved up an hour. The start time was supposed to be 1:30. However, it was pushed back to 2 o'clock, but the actual start time was 2:08 Eastern Time. As said by someone on the Discord server that I'm in, that it took longer to get everything started because of Donald Trump meeting as much of drivers as possible. Oof. Toyotas have been in a non-factor for most of stage 2. It's been mostly Ford here, but the biggest move of stage 2 was Ryan Blaney as he moved around Chase Elliott, going from the outside lane to the inside as he used the inside. Austin Cindric with a big push from Blaney up ahead. Then Blaney shuffled Cindric to the outside. Oh, teammates! Why do you do this to your own teammate, Blaney? and Blaney rode the outside to his advantage to take stage 2 by a car length as he beat him to the line. Catching up on the spot. Blaney currently the leader. Bubba Wallace right next to him. So the pace car lights are off here. So currently, Kyle Busch is 4th. He was penalized previously in this race. Rowdy's trying to win his first Daytona 500 in his 20th try. You know who won his first Daytona 500 his 20th try? The late Dale Earnhardt in 1998. And ironically, Kyle Busch is driving for the same team that Earnhardt used to drive for, Richard Childress Racing. Although Busch is in the number 8 car, his teammate Austin Dillon in the iconic number 3, Jimmy Johnson in the 84 with the Shaq paint scheme at number 6 on this restart, right behind Chase Elliott and in front of William Byron. Green flag is up and the gas pedals are down. Stage free! Let's get rocking and rolling! Blaney with an excellent restart to start off this final stage. Lap 138, which you're back in action. And Kyle Busch, excellent push from behind by none other than Kyle Larson. It's the Kyle and Kyle show on the inside. Bubba Wallace directly behind Blaney. It's Blaney and Busch. These two were on the losing end of a photo finish last year. And Bubba Wallace trying to catch up. He is pushing Blaney right up front. A big push right on Blaney. Does Busch gets him? It's a fight back from Larson. Larson driving number 5, already the outside line forming. Chase Briscoe leading the outside line, and Chase Elliott moves out. Blaney left on an island trying to figure out who to pick up. He goes to Wallace. Kyle Busch is on the inside, but Bubba shifts to the outside. It is Bubba and Kyle trying to take a lead away. Bubba leads it. He is on the outside. How long will this go as Bubba Wallace is at the front, trying to become the first African-American driver to win the Daytona 500. It is Bubba at the front. He won the first of the 2 duels. He started third. Rowdy with Young Money pushing him. Bubba moves up high to block Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney, YRB with a push from Cindric. Teammates working together, fighting back at lap 140. So the Toyotas are fighting back here at Daytona. Bubba leading that outside line, but Blaney is at the front. Teammates once again working together. Wild Thing leading the inside line. There's a small hole that Justin Allgaier could go through, but Bubba gets right back up front. Excellent push at the straightaway from Chase Elliott. The Toyotas have the handling and the speed to catch up with everyone else, and that is the case with Bubba Wallace. Kyle Busch up to second place. Austin Cindric with a big move right up ahead. Ryan Blaney still at second. Rowdy still holding that inside line, but Blaney trying to fend off Bubba. Still too close for comfort as we don't know who is going to be up front. Jimmy Johnson in the middle of row 3 at 8th place right now, driving the number 84 car. Yes, he's still going. Bubba's fighting back. The push to the outside, but the advantage to the inside 2 lines. Kyle Busch, can he clear Blaney? He is in front right now. That answer is going to be no. Lap 141, entering lap 142, it will be Bubba in the lead. With that outside line, driving number 23 McDonald's car for Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin. Though Blaney strong on the turns, Bubba strong on the straightaways. That's how the groove is between the middle and the outside lanes, respectively. So Bubba has the advantage on the outside. Chase Elliott in the picture now. So as Christopher Bell is at the back of this pack, it's a side by side. Next lap. So we're all throughout here as Eric Jones is getting profiled by the NASCAR and Fox crew, driving the iconic number 43, the number that Richard Petty made famous. So Jones, driving the number 43. 3 career wins, 2 of them in the Southern 500. Bubba strong on these and the outside lanes. Chase Elliott and Kyle Busch are still in it. Now how desperate Rowdy is for a Daytona 500 victory. It will be his first of his career. Now Kyle gets up front. Ryan Blaney also there. Bubba on the lead still. A lap 144. As Rowdy wants to control that inside line. He does so effectively. Priest was showing up between Cindric, Gragson, and Priest earlier in this race. Jones is up to 14th. Jimmy Johnson at 7th, now 8th. The inside strong here on the backstretch. Kyle Busch at the front. But you never know how this can go. Bubba at the lead, Chase Elliott right behind. Don't count out Rowdy. Teammates working together on the inside, Blaney and Cindric. Strong on these turns once again. It is Blaney rocketing his way up front, trying to clear. Can't do so now. And this lead will go to, I believe, Bubba Wallace at lap 145. It is too close to call. And Logano's car, or actually that's Cindric's car, tapping Blaney several times. Be careful. Ryan Blaney to the front. But it's not known if any of these cars can clear one another. Some more taps. It's Blaney is owning these turns. Bubba the back stretches. So it's back and forth here at Daytona. Austin Cindric making up ground. Ryan Blaney goes inside. Does that give the advantage to Cindric? Blaney is blocking off Rowdy. Cindric makes way. He moves up front. Get Bubba Wallace through the outside as he goes his way through. Still lifts if Chase Elliott. A bump. Blaney still holding that middle line. Blaney rockets his way through. That push gets him back to the lead on lap 146. So it's a three-man show. Blaney, Rowdy, and Bubba. Bubba on the backstretch. It's been his bread and butter so far in this recent run of stage 3. But Blaney on this turn. Can he clear Bubba? Thinks about it. Does he do so? He clears him. Does he block him off? That's the question. Trying to figure out to choose the middle or the outside. Bubba fights back. Lap 147, so the decision was too late. He wanted to be more careful as he didn't want to cost himself valuable positioning so as to not get turned around. Ryan Blaney through the turns, up ahead. Kyle Busch once more. The showdown that we saw with Kyle Larson at row number 2 on the driver's inside. Bubba Wallace outside, leading through the way is Ryan Blaney. Pushed back from Austin Cindric. He prefers to work with his teammate here in the early goings and stage number 3. Remember how everything goes around. And it comes around here. What goes around comes around. Blaney leading lap 148. Kyle Busch has not won since the first half of 2023. He wants to put an end to that long winless streak. It's alternating between row 2 and row 3. Lap 148. As they go to the backstretch again. This is where Bubba Wallace has been at his strength. Ryan Blaney at his strength through the turns. So this is 53 laps to go. And Ryan Blaney, once again, the common theme. The middle has been better on the turns. The outside better on the straightaways. Rowdy's losing momentum. See, he's backing up to about 7th. Right behind Byron. On 52 to go, where it's Blaney. So Ryan Blaney has been Penske dominating the way through this race. Logano, Cindric, and Blaney so far. And this time it's Bubba delivering on the outside through the turns. Bubba Wallace getting back up front with 52 to go. Chase Elliott right behind him. Bubba, does he clear? He has cleared Blaney. William Byron from the inside. Bubba Wallace has decided not to block off Blaney, but Byron rocketing his way over to the front on the inside. He will take the lead. No, it's Bubba with 51 to go. Back and forth we go. And Kyle Busch shadowing William Byron now. As Byron is jumped to the inside line. Lap car ahead is Shane Van Gisbergen. Blaney once again from the inside, getting a strong push from Cindric. He's spinning towards the front. Elliott once again getting Bubba a boost of momentum. Right behind him is Cindric also gets that shove to Blaney. From the outside is Bubba. He can't clear Blaney. Thought about it, but has second guessed it as he retreats back to the outside. William Byron to the front. It's side by side here for the lead here at Daytona. Leader now is Bubba with 50. 50 laps to go. Bubba Wallace leading this pack. Chase Elliott. And he has shove on Bubba from right behind as he leads this field. But William Byron is shadowing everyone. That includes Blaney. Byron's on the inside. Kyle Larson at 8th place right next to Jimmy Johnson, who he replaced at Hendrick Motorsports. The 48 became the number 5. Ryan Blaney from that middle side. That middle side, once again, a common theme being strong on the turns. Landon Walker, the fueler for William Byron. Interviewed by Regan Smith on the sideline. On pit road as Bubba once again leads this lap as he clears Blaney. From that outside, once again, knowing how the middle is at the turns, don't expect Blaney to go down without a fight as Bubba decides not to go to the middle, decides not to block off Blaney. Comfortable where he's on the outside. It is so close to call here at Daytona, you just never know what the next move might be. 49 laps to go as it's Bubba. Yeah, so Landon Walker used to play football at Clemson University. Blaney up to the lead. Kyle Busch has a fight in him. William Byron up ahead as he takes this lead. And now it's Bubba once again with 48 to go. So how do we see this going on? And when do these cars start to enter pit road? It's the strongest showing that Bubba Wallace is having right now. Driving the race of his life. William Byron trying to go back-to-back for the first time since Denny Hamlin did so in 2020. It's the first time since Denny Hamlin in 2020. Rounding turn 3. This is where Blaney is at the advantage along with Byron. Kyle Busch there as well. Does Rowdy have something in him? There has to be more of an advantage on the inside. Leader with 47 is Blaney. And losing momentum is Ryan Preece on that inside as he is falling back in this pack. Right next to Todd Gilliland, but he is having to fight right back. From that outside, it is Bubba, but Blaney holds the inside, is keeping his composure through that middle. The outside line being strong on these turns, William Byron is sagging here on that inside. That's a good sustained run for a moment from the inside from both Kyle Busch and William Byron. But after a period of time, the inside lost momentum. Ryan Blaney through the turns once again. But now Byron wants to get right back at it. Oh, and Cindric lightly taps Blaney. Not dangerous enough for a spin, but you can expect that the big one could occur anytime soon. Yeah, 10-car crash as Bubba continues to lead up front. Ryan Blaney fights back. The showdown between these two, and now Byron's back in the picture. His teammate Alex Bowman was in a top 5 spot at the end of stage 2. Kyle Busch in there too. They move around the lap car of Zane Smith. It's in the 38 for Front Row Motorsports. Rowdy trying to win his first Daytona 500. Blaney up front. Bubba loses momentum on that outside line. Rowdy up to 3rd place as a result. And the leader now being William Byron. But look at Bubba Wallace as he rocketed from the outside to the lead once again. Tight action-packed racing here. 45 laps to go. The excitement only beginning. The race is just starting. Bubba Wallace holding the outside. Ryan Blaney the middle. William Byron in bursts through the turns. Being at his best at those spots through the inside. He has the assistance of Kyle Busch, who lost in a heartbreaker to Harrison Burton. And Rowdy wants to get back to the top. Bubba, heavy push from Elliott, leading with 44 to go. Willie Byron, dubbed Winning Willie. 2-time championship 4 contender. lost out to Blaney and Logano, two Penske teammates. As Bubba is holding his own on the outside. 44 laps to go. He has been the best driver so far in stage number 3. Ryan Blaney is catching up, so is William Byron. Kyle Busch is not out of it. Austin Cindric's not out of it. And through turns 3 and 4, Blaney at the front. You'd expect that at the front straightaway, Bubba's going to get a pushback. And so far, it's Blaney leads for the way to outside. Getting the advantage here on the front stretch, the back stretch as well. 43 to go. Blaney still leading. And Bubba gets back up on the front stretch. You would think that Bubba could move towards the middle if there is an opening available for him. It's just too close to call. Logano led 43 laps, Austin Cindric 37, Ryan Blaney 20, Bubba Wallace 13, Alex Bowman 11, William Byron 8. It is Blaney strong on these corners, the outside, and so the middle is where Blaney and the middle line are strong at. The outside has their strength on the straightaways and the tri-oval. Coming up on 42 to go, the leader is Bubba Wallace. Kyle Larson on that inside, trying to get his first Daytona 500 victory. He's not out of this. Neither is Kyle Busch. And Jimmy Johnson, shockingly, given this stage of his career, he too was not out of this. At 8th place. Larson at 11th, trying to break off his drought of lackluster super speedway finishes. 9th place he is currently at. The fuel savings are important. When do these cars start to pit? So the fuel window has to hold up. So a lot of moments have to hold up here and have to go right. William Byron, the leader, with 41 to go. It's been 27 laps since most of these cars have last pitted. Tyler Reddick, 26 laps. Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, 24 laps. That was the mandatory stage brake caution. Very wide all around on the front 6 or so rows. Bubba Wallace getting a push on the backstretch, as has always been the case. Chase Elliott getting him in the advantage. You want to make that final stop just before you set up for the finish. It's a round 3 and 4. This back corner towards the north side of the track. They'll be coming up on 40 laps to go. And Bubba Wallace, now Ryan Blaney, leading this lap. 40 to go. Bubba has something to say as that outside gets through the corners. Austin Dillon up to 6. So we have something to say about this. So the fuel window is going to open soon enough on the next pit stop up cycle, which is around with 30 laps to go. The fuel cycle and maybe the tire cycle. Fuel cycle, I believe. Ryan Blaney strong on the corners. Common theme, time and time again. The Formula 1 movie coming out on June 27th. There will be 39 laps to go as they round through the tri-oval. Bubba Wallace. Christopher Bell at 17th spot. And with the unpredictability that this race brings, you would believe that Blaney, Wallace, and Byron would be the front runners, and now a caution's out. Caution flag is out. They have to wonder what the caution is about. This is the 8th caution of this race. So getting the live updates on throughout from this leaderboard. So Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney charging through the top 2 lanes, with Byron occasionally challenging them from the inside. The caution flag is waved because of debris. Nobody has crashed, but the caution's out to debris. At the time of the caution, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, William Byron The top three. A time to caution. Then Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson. This is Jimmy's strongest showing in a Legacy Motor Club up car. And Logano's pit crew is ready for more extensive repairs to his hood. And as of right now, Logano, the defending champion, he is 24th on the lead lap. Cautions out for debris. Nobody has crashed. So what would it do for a Bubba Wallace victory? Or a Kyle Busch victory? Or an Austin Cindric victory? So all of these are mathematically not out of this race. Chase Briscoe, the pole sitter, is not out of this either. Cole Custer is also in the mix. Brad Keselowski also trying to win his first Daytona 500. So as we get on back here, pace cars back out, and we can anticipate all these cars going to pit road now, and they'll make their cycles. Whereas Bubba Wallace leading the way, Shane Van Gisbergen, the lucky dog, despite being multiple laps down. William Byron getting tires and fuel. Bubba Wallace only fuel. Byron only getting right side tires. Oh, Ryan Blaney seems to be on the line. Or actually, no, he's not. And he gets by Kyle Larson's car. Austin Cindric only fuel. 3 seconds of fuel only as Byron trying to get an advantage with the tires. He's on fresher tires. And Jimmy Johnson out of the picture. And Jimmy Johnson had to stop, back up, and he lost a lot of spots as a result. Austin Cindric, the winner off pit road. As we are getting back onto action momentarily. So as of right now, it's Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, Cindric. Your top four, right as of right now, those being the top four. Wallace, Blaney, Elliott, Cindric. Then followed by, it's actually Justin Haley who is up to third place. Have some more come through here. Mass shakeups as it's Justin Haley now in the lead. Then Carson Hocevar, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, and John Hunter Nemechek, who's involved in the lap 71 crash. Justin Haley, could this be a potential upset? Or even Carson Hocevar? Spire Motorsports, looking for a victory, which would be a bright spot for this season. Michael McDowell tested for the lead. However, not the consistency he up and throughout as the last two cars head to pit road. Those two being Haley and Hocevar. So this will cede the lead to Cindric. Bubba Wallace. So Cindric, Wallace, the front two. Justin Haley, third place right now. Ryan Blaney in fourth place. But Haley is at pit road getting fuel. So the fuel window has opened up. The caution was out for debris. But you cannot count out the dreaded big one that could happen at any point. Jimmy Johnson all the way back to 29th. A bummer because he was having his strongest showing yet. And a Legacy Motor Club car. Driving to 84. Going back with 35 to go in a moment. The pace car lights are off. How will this shake up things? This is outstanding as they're routing the backstretch. Downforce will come along through the backstretch. That was where Penske was strong at. Bubba Wallace strong on the backstretch. The corners are where Penske is strong at. Of course, Bubba using that outside lane to his advantage. He believes he can win it from that spot. This is a race where legends are made. We're going to have continuous coverage for this race all throughout. So now, Bubba Wallace and Austin Cindric lead the field back to green. So Wallace, Haley, Blaney, Byron, Elliott, Busch, Dillon, Nemechek, and Buescher. They believe that with Haley at pit road, they'll go to Briscoe, the 10th place spot, as Haley was on pit road. They'll be coming back with 35 laps to go here at this 67th Daytona 500. Cindric drivers inside with Ryan Blaney behind him. Wallace drivers outside, William and Byron behind him. Green flag is up, gas pedals are down. Let's get rocking and rolling. 35 laps to go. A lot of drivers are still in this race. Cindric through the middle. But Bubba Wallace, he and Cindric with an excellent restart as Cindric gets up ahead. Blaney, an excellent push, but Wallace is fighting back on the outside. Brad Keselowski a little wiggle as he shifts towards the outside line. Bubba back up front. William Byron in tow. He is last year's winner as Bubba has to be careful not to get too far ahead, and he blocks off Cindric through the inside. Third line starting to develop on the outside. Bubba gets back onto the middle line, blocking off Willie. Coming up with 34 to go as Cindric testing Bubba on the inside. 34 to go. These corners are where Penske are strong at. They have mastered these corners. And here we go again. Cindric to the front. But don't forget about the backstretch. It's where Bubba has had his advantage. No wins last year for Kyle Busch. That snapped a 19-season win streak, the longest all time in the NASCAR Cup Series. He's sitting at 5th right now. Chase Elliott jumping to that outside line. Todd Gilliland and with him. Cindric leading through this pack. Bubba Wallace on the middle side has John Hunter Nemechek behind him. Blaney, an excellent pusher, guides him to second place. Kyle Busch to third. And Willie up to the outside, carried by his Hendrick teammate Chase Elliott. 33 to go with Cindric around. Lap car Ty Dillon. 1, 2, 3 are Cindric, Blaney, and Busch. That middle side, led by John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 car. This would be a major upset if Nemechek were the one to pull out the victory. Rowdy has Austin Dillon, the ace, with him. And Nemechek blocks Wallace. 2 Toyotas working with one another. The front 4, 2 Fords, and 2 Chevys. John Hunter Nemechek, 27 years old, with Cindric leading the way, 32 to go. Mooresville, North Carolina native Nemechek, 6th place finish was his best, 2024 in the spring. Only 5 cars finished on the lead lap in that Bristol spring race. Inside line being very strong so far. Everyone else losing momentum. Goodyear serving tires for 100 years. Bubba Wallace losing a lot of momentum as he falls back in this pack. The inside line eating up this pack like a bunch of hungry sharks. Cindric, Blaney, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell, Riley Herbst, John Nemechek, Denny Hamlin, front 8. Followed by Tyler Reddick and Noah Gragson. Bubba's at 11th now, and he falls further back. Coming up with 31 to go. Cindric still leading. But as is seen, last time around, Cindric dominated the late portion of Stage 2 up until a late move cost him, in which he ceded this race, Stage 2 to Ryan Blaney. Don't forget about the dreaded big one that could be it could be any time. Largest crash of this day was 10 cars. The middle line, led by John Hunter Nemechek, who was at 7th place. Right behind him is Tyler Reddick. Cole Custer making way by Bubba, up to 13th, or 12th rather. Custer blocks Bubba. Outside, and Custer got tight-roped. Bubba getting through the outside, 30 to go. Cindric still leading this inside snake. The pushes so evenly matched with one another. And the tail end of this, not decided. And Bubba wants to hold this up tight. Back at the back of the snake, Denny Hamlin thought about it, had nobody in tow of him. Now Hamlin wants to go with Nemechek, going through that middle, and he does so. So this stacks up the inside further back, trying to test out Cindric and company, who are leading this pack up front. And coming up with 29 laps to go. It's all about strategizing and as the laps continue to wind down one by one. Bubba Wallace wanting to get a push back. Does he go and roll with Tyler Reddick? He has William Byron with him. Byron and Bowman working together, passing Reddick. And Cindric and Blaney are still at the front. See what the Penske strategy is. Logano's out of contention. That's all we know about. Don't count out the RCR cars, but the outside line is going to form as Denny Hamlin jumps in front of his driver, Bubba Wallace. Up to 9th place as Bubba helps out his boss. 28 to go. Hamlin, a free-time winner, wanting to win his 4th. And a block from Stenhouse in front. Teammates, first and second, teammates 3rd and 4th. And a pair of Toyotas at 5th and 6th. Noah Gragson at 7th. He was the one who blocked off Hamlin, not Stenhouse. Stenhouse in the 47 car. He jumps in front of Nemechek. That single file snake is still up away from this pack. The first 7 cars. Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Austin Dillon, Bell, Herbst, and Gragson. Rowdy at 3rd place right now. 27 laps to go. So they're not using all of their throttle. So pit stops. Do we see the pit stops happening sometime soon? The only 8 pit stops were for fuel. Do we see tire changes as well? They got more fuel up throughout. Gragson leads that inside line, that middle line. The inside already has taken shape. Of course, we have teammates all working together, one on top of one another in this Daytona night sky. Eric Jones is in the picture. The front 9, as the front 7 of Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon, Bell, Herbst, and Gragson are joined by Bowman and Jones. Coming up with 26 to go. And here it is with Cindric commanding this field. Don't count out any one of these cars in this snake yet that are in the mix of it. Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, the 8 and the 3 cars. Ryan Preece had a fantastic stage 2 up until the Magic ran out. Got up to the lead at one point. Now is 22nd on this pack. Bell is up to 5th. Had himself a strong outing at the Daytona night race last year, as he was the one pushing Kyle Busch into the DeWalt Interstate Batteries car. 25 laps to go. Right ahead of them is a lap car, and I believe that is SVG. They need to be there. A big time block as Corey LaJoie with a big time block on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Where did he come from? No easy feat as he wanted to hurry by, and LaJoie, with the help of Stenhouse, to get back up onto the snake. SVG moves out the way. LaJoie, 9th place in the 0-1 car for Rick Ware Racing. Having a strong showing here is Eric Jones and the Petty number 43. jumped 20 spots since the restart, along with Stenhouse and Allgaier. 24 laps to go. Gragson jumped 15 spots, LaJoie 14, and Bowman 11. Those are your biggest movers. LaJoie trying to catch up to this pack. The outside line forming. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Great push on LaJoie. And LaJoie won the standouts among the open cars. He advanced based on positioning in the duels. And what an outstanding showing that he's doing here. After a rough season last year in which he was out of a ride, taking a part-time ride with RWR now, he is fighting some footy here in the Super Speedway grounds, in the World Center of Racing. Blaney wanted to go, there's nothing there on that bottom. 23 laps to go. And don't forget about the possibility of the big one. That could loom large. The largest crash was 10 cars. William Byron could join that outside. Bubba Wallace in 22nd. They fell back all the way from first place. One of the biggest fallers here. Byron, another one of those biggest fallers. Single file snake all throughout that inside line. Nobody's moving here. It's not long until we see cars starting to pull out this single file snake on the inside. They want to give it a go on the outside. Anyone taking Kyle Busch or Austin Dillon for that matter? These two Chevys want to work together. Probably going to group another Chevys. 22 laps to go. Two Fords at the front, along with two Chevys, followed by two Toyotas. We don't know how much this is going to be left. Kyle Larson making up ground. He's up to 22nd. Catching up to Bubba Wallace. You don't know if these cars are going to have enough fuel to get up ground. So, Rowdy trying to make way. You know he's hungry for a Daytona 500 victory. Bubba Wallace backing up. 22 laps there. And statistically, if we look at the number of cars on the lead lap, there are 33 cars on the lead lap. 21 to go. And this is the danger zone because you know the big one could happen in these late stages of the race. Cindric is the leader. He won the Daytona 500 3 years ago in his 8th career start. In his first full-time start in the NASCAR Cup Series. And trying to move to the middle, that is Eric Jones in the 43, decided to go back. Now Jones tries the middle. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to block. And along with LaJoie, Allgaier up the middle too. Big gap that's forming through the middle. Will that benefit LaJoie? And this middle needs to get more organized if they were to catch up to Cindric. Now LaJoie goes to the outside with Stenhouse. 20 to go. There's not a lot of ground in that bottom lane. LaJoie is at 10th place. Up ahead, Logano up to 13th. But that middle lane is having the advantage. Who's trying to get the biggest push here? LaJoie through that middle side with Chase Briscoe as Stenhouse is stacked up on that outside line. Does Stenhouse get a push from Logano? Doesn't seem that anyone is catching up to Cindric at this moment. Logano won stage 1, finished 8th in stage 2. He's currently 16th. Not too shabby start for the defending champ. Someone who has hood issues all throughout. 19 to go. And so far, nobody is testing Cindric. It's been the dominant car at this race. They're catching up to the lap car that is up ahead. That is at the backstretch. So far, this inside is at its very best. And LaJoie, dangerous move, but he managed to go to that outside. That is Ty Dillon, the lap car on the outside. Byron goes outside too. Eric Jones swallowed up in that hole through the middle. Now LaJoie goes back to block Jones at that middle side. So far, Cindric, the leader. And to see when Ty Dillon's going to get out the way. Don't count out Kyle Busch. And don't count out Austin Dillon. 18 to go as Ty Dillon moves out the way to make room for the leaders. That would have been perilous for Ty Dillon had he got himself into a pickle. And so Alex Bowman's in that middle, the outside line forming a clear momentum boost. That bottom lane holding up strong, but it's LaJoie up to 6, using Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as a pick to make up ground as they both shift to the middle side. LaJoie tried to make up ground, looking for some redemption to his name. They go back to the top. Logano stays at the top, Stenhouse and LaJoie to the middle. 17 to go. Frantic racing here that's intensifying here at the Daytona 500. The ultimate crown jewel race. Cindric's won it before. Blaney's looking for his first. Kyle Busch looking for his first. Austin Dillon looking for his second. He won it 7 years ago. 20 years since Dale Earnhardt won his first and only Daytona 500. Christopher Bell up to 5th place with that inside snake. RCR having themselves a solid night in this final stage. LaJoie testing Bell on the middle side, but so far the front four holding their own. 16 laps to go. Now what does Kyle Busch do? Corey LaJoie is up to 4th place, making ground. LaJoie, here he goes to the outside of Kyle Busch, and he's directly behind Ryan Blaney. Don't count him out. LaJoie qualified here as an open car, positioning in the duels. What an upset this would be if LaJoie were to pull this off. Joey Logano, he's not out of it. The outside line getting a boost. Austin Cindric still with Ryan Blaney. And LaJoie moves to the outside with Stenhouse. The LaJoie 01 testing Cindric for the lead. 15 to go. Cindric still leading, but LaJoie is right up with him. And LaJoie testing him, can't clear him. Wild intense racing. Oh, Stenhouse got loose. Oh, there's a block there, and LaJoie's going for the lead here. Oh, and here we go. Kyle Busch involved. Ryan Blaney as well. They stack up right behind him. Noah Gragson. Cautions back out again. Chase Elliott also as well. It all happened at 5th place with Kyle Busch out of this. It's over for him. Logano all torn up. Flat tire on that left front. Gragson, sparks flying out of him. And with 15 to go, it's over. It's over for Rowdy. Something had to give, and as such, as they go back to pit road, but Rowdy's chances are done. 2 of the 3 Penske cars all torn up. Cindric, the only Penske car that is left standing. LaJoie, Cindric, Nemechek, Dillon, Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Gilliland, Bell, Herbst, Jones, and Stenhouse. And Logano needs to be towed off. The back axle broke for Logano, and he can't move his car. And there's heartbreak already for Logano. See how this started as Stenhouse, he got loose. Is he going to get down onto Logano? It went super tight. Logano tried to move around, and that shook Stenhouse up. Caught him up, the Logano car, and that shook him loose. That's where the trouble started. Everyone got stacked around. Kyle Busch, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And it stacked up everyone. Ryan Blaney also involved in that big crash. Little bit of patience. That was in the lap 186 crash. Logano wanted to move by Stenhouse. Stenhouse went to block him off. That shook Logano loose several times, and that's where the trouble began. Stenhouse shaking off his axle. The one who suffered the most damage was Logano. His axle broke. So two-time runner-up of the Daytona 500 gets taken out at lap 186. Kyle Busch sliding onto the inside wall. And we'll be right back after this. With 14 laps to go, the big one struck. Joey Logano's car is getting towed off. He can no longer go for the rest of this race. Something broke down his front left tire. Ryan Blaney also involved in this. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wanted to block Logano off. We're under caution for the 9th time. Caution flag out. LaJoie in front. What an upset this would be. If this would be his average running position, 17.61. He spent 14 laps in the top 5 and 56 laps in the top 10. His last pit stop was 24 laps to go. Total of 7 pit stops for him. He got assisted by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to get to the front of this pack. So that hole opened briefly as Stenhouse moved to block Logano. But too much aggressive blocking from Stenhouse as Logano was trying to get up front through the middle. But that hole was closed and Stenhouse spun out trying to block. So Logano felt that the block was too late. It was a late block from Stenhouse that gave Logano no room to maneuver. And he lifted off Stenhouse. Yeah, a late block by Stenhouse. It's a full commitment between these two. A late block by the 47 car. It takes out both the 47 and the 22. Everyone else, innocent bystanders here. Ty Dillon is the recipient of the free pass. He regains 1 lap. So now your new top 10. LaJoie, Cindric, Nemechek, Hamlin, Dillon. At the front of the field, LaJoie, Cindric, Nemechek, Hamlin, Dillon, Bell, Jones, Herbst, Custer, and Schwartz. That's your top 10. Possibility of an upset being huge. Ryan Blaney, another innocent bystander. Kyle Busch involved as well. That's what we know of among cars that are collected here in this Wreckfest. Lap number 186. Now with 11 laps to go. It is under yellow right now. And Eric Jones as well involved in it too. Noah Gragson involved. Another innocent bystander. And Eric Jones somehow managed to get by everyone unscathed. As he went through the middle, driving that iconic number 43. Ooh, several moves by that Jones boy. Richard Petty, he would say that he would rather be lucky than good. So Ricky Stenhouse's car? Stenhouse made a late block on Logano, and Logano retaliated by several taps. It's tight quarters as Blaney's car is getting repaired. LaJoie, the leader, at the end of this all, as we're all looking at these leaders. 10 laps to go. Kyle Busch is back out there. Eric Jones up to 7th place. And his teammate Austin Dillon involved in this, but he got away unscathed. Sits at 5th place. His teammate not so lucky as he was involved in the wreckage. 9 laps to go. Still under yellow as Hamlin is making his way up to Dillon. We're on the choose rule right now. LaJoie chooses the inside, Cindric outside. Pace car lights are off. We're coming back with 8 laps to go. Don't count out Nemechek, Hamlin, Austin Dillon, Bell, Jones, or Herbst. This is going to set up for an interesting finish. We could have an upset winner here at Daytona. And Jones threaded the needle perfectly through the carnage. Squeezed right by through everyone, and as a result, he is up to 7th place. How about this from that Jones boy? Average last caution is lap 195 on the next gen car here. 4 overtime finishes. The average last caution is with 5 laps to go. We have not had a finish in the regular 200 laps in green flag conditions since 2017. Kyle Busch, the winner of that year's Daytona 500. LaJoie, drivers inside. Cindric, drivers outside. Nemechek and Hamlin on row 2. Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell, row 3. Eric Jones, Riley Herbst, row 4. Cole Custer, Daniel Suarez, row 5. That's your top 10 so far. LaJoie's best finish is 4th place 3 times. The 33-year-old from Concord, North Carolina. And what a week he has had here on Speed Weeks. Enjoying his best life right now. Pace car is off. We'll be coming back with 8 laps to go. Green flag is up and the gas pedals are down. Let's get rocking and rolling. 8 laps to go and Nemechek wants to thread the needle. That was tight. He gets back to the inside where he's at. LaJoie pushes up front. Austin Cindric fights back on the outside. LaJoie moves up the block. Nemechek stacks right backwards. That stacks up everyone on the inside, including Eric Jones. The outsides were strongest. LaJoie, Cindric, Hamlin, and LaJoie gets forced out by Cindric. He got him out there looking. Cindric and Hamlin up to the front. Hamlin's trying to win his 4th Daytona 500. Christopher Bell in the picture. Let's see how this stacks up. Riley Herbst in this as well. LaJoie back at 5th place as everyone's looking for which way to go. The front 4 scooting away from this pack. 7 laps to go. Cindric retakes the lead. He's been the dominant car tonight. Hamlin trying to pull off his 4th Daytona 500 win. He has a teammate behind him and another Toyota behind him. Hamlin, Bell, and Herbst, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. LaJoie decks back up and is at 5th place. And here we go. Denny Hamlin goes to the outside as he takes the lead away from Cindric. Hamlin to the front. And he blocks Cindric. He's looking for his 4th Daytona 500 victory. That will tie with Cale Yarbrough for the 2nd most Daytona 500 victories all time. 6 laps to go. And the race is only beginning on from here. Bell is fighting back on the outside. Teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing. How they go side by side. Bell is forced out. He gets back in front of Custer. A little more than he wanted to. Bell was fighting back. A little bit of pushback from him over the outside. Takes that lead away from Hamlin. Well, hold on to your horses because it's not over. Hamlin to the front as he gets a push from Cindric. Cindric won it 3 years ago. Can he do it again? He's not out of this one. Hamlin and Bell, teammates side by side. Custer right behind Bell. 5 laps to go when we come back. Hamlin leading it by a fender at the very least. And Hamlin having a somewhat decent day. Bell had a strong day as well. Cole Custer not out of this. Riley Herbst not out of it. Alex Bowman not out of it. And this is not the scenario that many would think this was going to come down to, about an upset victory. And Bell gets turned around. He hits the outside wall. Collecting his priest as he goes up and over, flipping on his roof, heading the outside wall. Debris onto the field as the caution is back out. Custer got to his bumper as Priest goes up and over. He went onto his roof, but this time he lands onto the pavement. And Bell's day is done. So that streak of no 200 lap, scheduled 200 lap finishes under the scheduled distance will continue on. Bell narrowly avoided an incident in turn 1. But then after, he began challenging Denny Hamlin for the lead. So it's a good thing that Priest is getting out of that car, and Brad Keselowski is also involved in that crash. So this may set up an overtime restart. Sparks flying out of that rear left tire. Ambulance is coming out here to assist Ryan Priest. Oh my goodness. That bump from Custer got worse and worse as time went onwards from the outside. Bell got into the out. It's a bump from Custer. Of course, worsened up over through time, and he collects Priest, an innocent bystander. Eric Jones also involved, and Bubba Wallace too. Ooh, how things can change in an instant. Allgaier too. This is not as big as the other big one. Ooh. Ouch. That's gotta hurt if you're Eric Joe, if you're Ryan Preece. He went for a wild ride. You think that NASCAR drivers... Ooh. Daniel Suarez, another innocent bystander in this crash. A devastating crash for Priest. Who knows what it's like to be in a devastating crash. His car went airborne at the 2023 Coke 0400. It took 12 flips on the infield. What it looks, it's unbelievable what it looks like going up and over as Priest went for a wild ride. First race for RFK Racing. Oof. He flipped around and debris certainly has to be cleaned up. So we may get onto so we're on a red flag condition now. So the right front tucked underneath the apron. But the car did its job. It held up and it kept Priest afloat. So Kyle Larson also collected in the lap 196 crash. So we're going to overtime. Larson, Bell, Custer involved. So Bell, Custer, and Priest involved. So the car spins. So Bell's car spins into the field, triggering a chain reaction. Priest's car became airborne, landing on top of Jones's vehicle before flipping as they enter turn 3. Keselowski, Suarez, Larson, Wallace, Allgaier, and Chase Elliott also involved. This crash involving 10 drivers. And Priest got the worst of it. Ooh. See how this goes. If this was before the next gen car, that would have been up at the catch fence, and this would have been more devastating. Ouch. And I'm hoping Ryan Priest is okay. That was a wild flip. Ooh. Jen, glad you're back here, but oh, what a wild ride for Ryan Priest. Glad he's okay. His car went up and over at turn 3 at the pavement.
I know, I seen that. I was like, oh my god, the changes they made to these cars that make them just kind of like float instead of flip and crash and melt like they used to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'll tell you, thank goodness for these next-gen cars, because if this were a previous generation car, that car's in the catch fence.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I watched Dale Earnhardt, so it's insane to see how that just happened. I'm watching the replay again, and it's like, that car is not as badly damaged as what I would have seen years ago.
Yeah. Oh, by no fault of anyone's own, but there was one too many bumps from Cole Custer right behind on Christopher Bell, and that caused a chain reaction. Logano's day is done, and now Priest's day is done. We were concerned about Logano, how his car would hold up, because his car had issues on the hood, but on the inside mechanics. Engineers went up to fix the car, and even before that lap 186 crash, I got to give Logano credit because he fought hard getting back onto this race and even tested for a top 10 spot just before Ricky Stenhouse blocked him off. Logano felt that it was too late of a block for him, and he started tapping Stenhouse several times. But come on, you can't tap someone several times because in all likelihood, in pack racing like this, chances are you're going to get collected too.
Right.
Yep. Because in my opinion, for as late as that block was for Stenhouse, that crash at 186 was Logano's fault.
Right.
All right. So here it is. We're likely going to get overtime here. And so this will be the third time in 4 years we have overtime in the Daytona 500. The leader at the time of caution is Denny Hamlin. Austin Cindric, second. Cole Custer, third. And they're getting back to the yellow flag conditions right after the caution. Cole Custer's in third. Riley Herbst, fourth. Corey LaJoie, fifth. Alex Bowman, sixth. John Hunter Nemechek, seventh. Austin Dillon, eighth. Chase Briscoe, ninth. William Byron, 10th. That's your top 10 at the time at lap 196.
Yeah, I've been watching, but I had to reset my phone a couple times. I think when we went out to Daytona yesterday, we were out there for a while, and I think it you know how sometimes phones can get stuck on cell towers that at places you've been at and not change back over very easily? Because it was I just wasn't getting stuff that I should have been getting. I was waiting on codes that were being texted to me and they weren't coming through. So I had to completely reset my phone, and now everything's coming through.
Yeah.
I was trying to file my taxes, watch the NASCAR race, and do all this at the same time. Dang, that was crazy.
Oof.
How it flew in the air.
Oh. Well, this flipping crash for Priest wasn't like the one that he suffered 2 years back in the summer at Daytona at the Coke 0400. That it was not as bad as this one, but it's still bad because at that summer his car flipped 12 times on the infield. And it looked reminiscent to Rusty Wallace's crash at Talladega, the one that inspired Pixar at the last lap crash with Strip Weathers and Chick Hicks.
Right.
Oof.
Oh, McDonald's has got smoke coming out. Is his tires blown?
Yeah, the tires are blown. The front is completely blown off. And so that was a relatively short red flag period. No need to split up the streams into a third part here because it's a shorter red flag period. This is for debris cleanup. The two previous red flags were for rain. Ooh, Eric Jones, who had a spectacular weave at that lap 186 crash. He went up through the middle and got out the carnage. And my pick to win the Daytona 500, Ryan Blaney, his day is done. Well, he is at the back, but invisible damage. Bubba Wallace involved in that crash. Tire smoke coming out from him, and you can expect there are going to be lengthy repairs on Bubba's car and Eric Jones's car. Joey Logano has been checked out of the infield care center. Logano tried to slide by Stenhouse. Stenhouse made a block on Logano that Logano felt is late, but I felt that Stenhouse made a clean block. Queen there, but by the time that Logano started tapping, that was retaliatory.
Right.
And it caught a lot of innocent bystanders, including Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
And now, as a result, Denny Hamlin could be in line for his fourth Daytona 500 victory, now tying with Cale Yarborough for the second most all-time. A lot of smoke from the hood of Bubba Wallace. And a lot of damage to Kyle Larson's front right. So we have overtime here. Here with Denny Hamlin as the leader. Cindric, Custer, Herbst, Bowman, LaJoie, Briscoe, Nemechek, Byron, Austin Dillon, your top 10. Don't count out Ty Gibbs, Cody Ware, or Jimmy Johnson of all people. I know he has a solidified career, Jimmy Johnson, but this is late stage Jimmy Johnson. But given the circumstances, this is best showing in the next gen car. And Kyle Busch, who is still looking for a Daytona 500 victory, is finishing with a 7th DNF in the Daytona 500. 10 years ago, he did not race in the Daytona 500 because he broke his leg and foot in the Xfinity Series race. Still searching for his first win since early 2023, but the nightmare continues for Rowdy. And at this point, you gotta feel bad for him. Even if his past is the past, and he was a completely different person in the past, the current day Rowdy is the definition of showing maturity and appreciation over the years. From how I view things, ooh, that view from Bubba's car at the front shows how wild that ride Priest went up to. Ooh. Now Priest has checked out the...
I was literally driving on one tire up in the air. That was crazy.
Oh my gosh. Imagine.
Literally, it was just up there.
Oh man. That's gotta hurt. I know Bell's gonna bounce back. I'm sure of this. In fact, I have him as my champion this season.
Ah.
Oh. Well, but Hamlin's in a realistic position to win his 4th Daytona 500. I'm not counting out Cindric just yet. He has the dominant car of this race.
There they go.
Ooh. And Eric Jones did not anticipate Priest getting bumped by Bell as Bell was getting turned around. But it wasn't Bell getting the worst of it. It was Priest. Ouch.
We got the white flag. Here we go.
Oh. You're far ahead of me.
Sorry.
Alright, so pace car lights are off. If the leader takes the white flag, the next flag will end the race, whether it be the caution or the checkered. If there's a caution prior to the white flag, it will cause the restart so long as they're not past the overtime line. Green flag is up, gas pedals are down. Overtime here at the Daytona 500. 2 laps to go. Denny Hamlin with an excellent restart. With a push from Riley Herbst right behind. Cindric fighting back. Hamlin blocks him off. Moving up high. 6 of the last 8 races have ended overtime. Here comes Cindric. Hamlin forced outside. Austin Cindric to the front, the outside. With a heavy push from Cole Custer. Cindric carried by Custer and Alex Bowman here on the outside. Cindric moves down to block off Hamlin. Then he moves back up. Hamlin shoves off Custer. Fighting back as the third line is forming. Next flag will end the race here. Whether it be the white flag or the checkered. Cindric moves up. Now back down low. White flag in the air. Final lap as there's a car spinning over to the infield. No caution yet. That's Riley Herbst in the 35. We stay green. Herbst is able to stay afloat. Cindric versus Hamlin. Final showdown here at Daytona. Austin Cindric up front. Denny Hamlin right behind. One car spins around, stays afloat. That's a 0-1 of Coy LaJoy. Then another one coming through. Cole Custer, crash right behind. Denny Hamlin involved. William Byron trying to skate away. Unscathed. Many cars collected in this carnage. William Byron ahead. And he's going to go back to back in the Daytona 500. Willie Byron for Rick Hendrick and Jeff Gordon. 2 in a row.
I was way ahead of you, so I muted. I was just like, oh my goodness, look at that car. Oh. finish. What a finish.
Oh, no caution on the final lap after the controversy that occurred in duel number 2 when the caution was thrown out before everyone got back onto the start-finish line. Many believed that Eric Jones was the winner. Nope, it was Austin Cindric because the caution flag came out. William Byron the winner as Denny Hamlin and Cole Custer were collected in the carnage. And Jimmy Johnson, with the highest finish that he's had in a next-gen car, 3rd place in the number 84 Toyota for Legacy Motor Club. But William Byron back-to-back. How does that feel for him?
I'm doing burnouts.
Yep. Back-to-back as Austin Cindric and Denny Hamlin were fighting for the finish. And Byron gets up front for about 7th place. But because of the carnage that developed up front, everyone was fighting for positioning. The big one is what you anticipate going to the Daytona 500. Cole Custer was fighting for the finish, and Byron got away from the carnage, just slid right by Denny Hamlin. Call it luck, call it skill, but that's how you get things done. That's how winners get it done. And the 24 will be wearing a hat as big as Josh Allen's. Right place, right time for Winning Willie, who wins for the first time since Martinsville last year in the spring. And given that last year was Hendrick's 40th anniversary, last year it was only right that the most successful car numbers in Hendrick's history finished 1 and 2. This time, it is a Hendrick number 1, 2311 number 2 with Tyler Reddick, and then Jimmy Johnson at 3rd place. Wow.
And who is your guy that you like?
I predicted Ryan Blaney. He had a DNF.
Yeah, okay. I am not I never was a Jeff Gordon fan, so I'm like, yeah, okay. I'll cheer for Jimmy Johnson coming in 3rd.
If I were to pick all time, I would have been a Jeff Gordon fan among all-time drivers. But, I gotta admit that Jimmy Johnson is a top 3 driver of all time.
Right.
Yep. But that's gotta feel good for Winning Willie.
Right.
Yep. They're getting the winning interview over at Victory Lane with Jamie Little. Oh, this has gotta feel good for him and Rudy Fugle. He's running up the racetrack, claiming the checkered flag, and the celebration is on here at Daytona. The 24 back at Victory Lane, your top 10. William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Jimmy Johnson, Chase Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney. Wait, Ryan Blaney? So it seems the results are all mixed up all around. They're trying to get this sorted out. But we do know that William Byron was the leader at the last lap. The caution flag came out as everyone was getting stacked up. So it seems that the top 10 is William Byron, the leader. Then Ryan Blaney. Well, not actually Ryan Blaney. I think the NASCAR website is all messed up. Try to get the top 10 all sorted out. But what a race. Through all this race, Daytona has survived the rain. Of course, as he said, a lot of crazy racing, especially on for tonight. Next week is Atlanta. Sadly, I will not be available for the Atlanta race next week. because I'll be visiting family. The last cast I'll be doing is the Four Nations Face-Off Championship game. But tomorrow it is the Four Nations Face-Off final game of the round robin between USA and Sweden. So, with that in mind, let's check you back up soon. William Byron's your winner. It's Tyler Reddick, a runner-up here at Daytona. So, that is all from Daytona International Speedway. Alec Nava and Jen along with you, saying so long. Good night, everyone.